been getting some light trolling. There will be people that you'll notice that I'm just ignoring.
Okay.
And we got a guy that calls himself Dan This, and he's an odd character, and he just talks a lot of gibberish, and I don't even acknowledge him anymore. One of the things that if the action on the board gets backed up, we're waiting to see what the flop is, or we're waiting to see what the cards are. We aren't talking openly about that anymore. We aren't saying, "Oh, a little technical difficulty."
Gotcha.
Just kind of let it catch
it
up,
happen, yeah.
rather than say something.
Makes sense. Don't need to call attention to it.
Yeah. And then Jim likes that we keep it less local. So, the score of the football game, the UT game, the Ohio State, he's really trying to make sure that our focus is
Keep it on the game.
keep it on the game. I'm doing less like schedule updates than I used to for that reason.
I think we're live. Yes, we are. Hey, and we've got a guest commentator here tonight for the Regular Joe Poker Show. My name is Vic Gager, and we've got Mike Flynn sitting in for Dom tonight.
Hello, everybody. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, and we are definitely festive here, but wait till you see some of the outfits we've got at the not only the live stream table. Take a look at that. For those of you wondering what that red mushroom is, that is our good friend Buddha. And we're going to have a little story to tell or relay to people that behind the Christmas mushroom. But in the meantime, this is the Reserve Poker Club, 5105 Glendale Avenue in Toledo, Ohio. And this is our Regular Joe Poker Show. This is a 1-3 no-limit hold'em cash game. And we're getting started with the very first hand. We are full table here tonight, and we're looking forward to some really good action. A few of these players were in their seats on Thursday night, and Dom and I didn't have to talk much at all. They were just having a great time, a lot of banter. May not see a repeat of that tonight, but certainly there'll be a lot of banter here at this table tonight, as well as some great poker action.
Yeah, they had a lot of chat going before the game started, so I think they're going to enjoy themselves. And now we got the Regular Joe Christmas show tonight.
This is the regular
special edition.
Yes, special edition in the main room as well as to tonight's tournament. If you showed up with a Christmas holiday sweater or ugly sweater, you got an extra $10K in chips. But let's get to this action right away. We've got five-handed.
In a nice spot, 65 to get started. 5 to the flop.
Got ace, king, 10. We've got 2 spades out there. And Denny, right away in the cutoff, he's going to get 2 pair. He bets 20. And Gary's coming along with his 2 spades. Buddha, I think he was the one that started the action pre-flop, and he's going to get out of the way. And so now with Jonathan, our favorite lefty, our southpaw, and there's another spade. Wow. Denny may not like that card, but it's I like the feeler bet. You got to see what happens with that spade rather than just checking it. Gary's just going to smooth call here.
Setting the trap a little bit.
Yep. Oh, boy. And that's just going to lock everything up here now for Gary with the flush. And Denny wisely checks that.
Gary's not going to bet because
he's not
the ace is out there.
Now he's worried that the ace of spades might have been there. And so first hand of the night going to Gary.
Nice. He made his draw.
Yeah.
Bad luck to win the first one. Sorry to let you know that.
And Gary is somewhat a regular in our tournament scene. He's actually done well in a number of our bigger tournaments, cashing well, and this is his first time here at the live stream cash game, but we've seen him on the live stream in tournaments before. Gary, a very seasoned tournament player, been playing poker for a long time. This is a 1-3 game. We've already got another straddle here, this time on the button. Tarantula Nick, a crowd favorite. Buddha coming in, and he's looking really well. And now Craig, he's going to raise it up.
With the
Queen 9, yeah.
Nice.
I was in there when he walked in with that hat on.
Call 30.
And now we got 3-handed coming in to this flop.
Four, 5 jack. Nobody hits anything, but Stevie gets top pair out of it.
Yeah. A couple of diamonds, but
55.
so Craig's going to continuation bet here as he started the action out early on. And now Stevie B, who's a regular commentator, on our comment board.
King doesn't help anybody. Buddha
No.
still got a gut shot straight there.
They're going to check this around to the river. Buddha's going to see if that 3 he's got is any good.
For $100. Now let's see what Stevie's going to do. He's concerned about the king. He lays it down.
And he does lay it down.
Nice bet there from Buddha.
There's
Nice
a bet from
aggressive
Buddha,
action.
and Buddha's going to go ahead and show.
Yeah, he's trying to entice some action. For
Yeah,
later
he
on in
is.
the game.
I mean, he wouldn't. It was a semi-bluff. He still had some part of the board here.
Exactly.
Yeah. And shout out to everybody out there watching us. Anthony Halt, Jeremy Larson,
Best hand? I think it was pretty good here.
Wayne, yes, Wayne, and Matt. rooting for Nick. And there is the shot of our main room for tonight's tournament, and you can see a lot of colorful attire there tonight.
Well, the club's providing some extra chips for the ugly sweater.
Yes,
correct?
10K extra, and but if you didn't wear one, you could still do the $10 add-on. Now Tom, ace king of clubs, he's going to raise it up. Denny coming in with his 2 hearts, queen jack.
3-4 goes away. Let's see what Nick's going to do.
I was ready to predict a raise here. Nick loves playing position. I think he plays it really well, but he's going to go ahead and make the call.
You got a 5-handed flop here.
Yeah, and speaking of 5s, Buddha's got a pocket pair of 5s. Here comes the flop.
Queen 7-6, 2 diamonds. Denny makes top pair. So does Nick. Could be interesting.
Yeah, this could get real interesting here.
Yeah.
And Denny's going to bet his queen. Now in
bet.
position. 15 to call and a raise here from Nick, who, like I said, he likes to find opportunities, particularly when he's in good position. So now we're going to go heads up to the turn.
Got the 2 top pair. And it's a heart. Now that gives Denny.
Wow. What doesn't Denny like about that card?
They both check it. And a 2.
Now, virtue of the jack kicker,
check it
Denny's going to
both
take
down.
that pot down.
Right. They both check down top pair. The 2 really didn't help anything. Top pair better kicker wins it.
So I did get a chance to talk to Buddha ahead of time. He explained that the mushroom on his head actually has a steep tradition in European cultures as a good luck symbol. And the mushroom of Christmas and New Year is what it's called. It's an actual red mushroom with white dots. And if you go on and Google that, you'll get some more information about some of the strange customs that were related to that mushroom. I'm not going to go into the details, but I encourage you to look it up because it's very entertaining.
The Amarita muscara mushroom.
The Amarita,
Amarita, like Amaretto.
Amaretto, yeah, exactly. It's a mouthful, unless you're from Europe and you're used to it. But I'm learning stuff all the time,
Always.
Mike, and
Life is a learning process.
it is. And if you're around Buddha much, you've got more opportunity to learn things. And here we're going to
Exactly.
see our first limp pot, 4-handed. Rainbow board here. 2, 3, 10. Nobody really hits any of that. And now 10, 8. And Buddha's got a king 8. And so does MGM Bob. Yeah.
Buddha's going to see if his second pair is any good. So MGM Bob's now. He's talking about what they might be doing.
Yes. And
He's going to raise just to find out.
he says he believes that Buddha's on a diamond draw. So that's why he's raising. Little does he know that this is going to be, but the diamond,
The diamond hits.
the diamond hits, and it slows them both down, and they're going to have a chop pot here. Boy, these guys were really going at it on Thursday night. We had Neil in there playing on Thursday, who, as always, you've played a lot with Neil, I'm sure, and
Oh,
he's always a lot of fun to
He
have
sure
at the
is.
table. Man, that was no exception Thursday night. As well as Dr. Boring.
Yeah, he seemed to be a fan favorite there. Yeah, Buddha was expecting there to be a lot of comments about his mushroom hat.
Yes.
Tell people it's really Christmas. There's a tradition behind
It's
it.
a real tradition. If you don't want to take word for it, and according to Buddha, there is a YouTube video out there that kind of goes into detail about the tradition. But Craig was explaining that his hat isn't Rudolph, it's actually Santa. And Buddha said, well, Santa doesn't have a red nose. And Craig's response was, he does in my house.
You got a lot of players that want to see this pot for $10.
No kidding.
Nick said no. Wonder why with a 7 deuce. Yeah,
Yeah.
get rid of it.
the $10 button straddle is just going to be checked here, and we're going to go six-handed into this flop.
$61
little bit
pre-flop.
A little something for everybody.
Guppy flops 2 pair.
Yeah, we continue to see.
And so does Buddha, so we could have some action here.
Yes.
50.
Buddha's going to put 50 on his 2 pair. Little does he know, there's a better 2 pair behind him.
Oh my God, you guys are easy. Like taking candy from a baby.
Now he's really trying to entice the action.
Oh, yeah.
Throwing out the
Watch out for Guppy, excuse me.
the mild insults, if you will.
But he's gonna ask.
And he is going to raise up his 2 pair.
25. Oh, all of it.
Buddha shoves.
Buddha's going to shove with his 2 pair.
Wow, now what's
And,
Guppy going to do?
Well, unless he's putting him on a set, but there was no pre-flop raise. He definitely had the opportunity
It does have a
with the
purpose.
$10 button straddle. He's showing off his card protector.
That's definitely the back end of a dog.
I think he's going to call.
I thought it was a donkey.
He's trying to decide if he's up against a set.
That's why I said.
Donkeys don't have
Or he
tail.
could be up against a straight draw.
Isn't it? Is it? I don't see a hole.
You put it,
Suck on it, the button.
The tail.
no, you put it on.
Buddha
you take
definitely
the
put some
cap
heat
off
on
your
him.
Toothpaste, and you put that on the top of your toothpaste tube, and you squeeze, you take the little butt plug out of it, and that's, you squeeze the toothpaste out of it.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought it was-
I got it as a gift today.
He's going to tell stories while
He's
thinking
telling
about
stories
whether
while
to
he's trying to
call.
decide. I think he may be trying to get some more information out of Buddha if he can.
Exactly.
Because this is a huge bet to call. It's only, what, third, fourth hand of the night, and already an all-in.
Aces
Yep.
or pocket nines is all it beats me.
Wow.
You got a wow from Buddha on that one.
He is trying hard to get information here to help make his decision.
Would be a short night, or I get me some Buddha bucks.
Chop it up.
And he calls.
He called. No,
And
Buddha
right
thinks
away,
it's-
Buddha's thinking it's a call or a chop situation, but it's not.
he's down to 2 outs.
2, 3,
And I'll go ahead and say it. Call your friends, call your neighbors, call your cousins. This is going to be a fun night here right away.
We got over $1,000 pot here just in the first round.
The first round. Not even. We're not even in an orbit yet.
Nope.
Nice hand, buddy.
Buddha box, you call it, eh?
Buddha bucks. Buddha bucks. That's going to be the term of the night now.
Oh, boy.
Folded a
and
jack.
I only
Might have
brought
coined a new
one
phrase here.
Oh, 490.
I'm
Yeah, right.
bankroll management, 10%.
I folded pocket jacks, Buddha.
Yeah, you.
Somebody just told Buddha they folded pocket jacks. He
Yeah,
said,
right.
you're a liar.
Yeah.
We would have saw a raise.
Way too long.
Yeah. We're getting the pot
Nice
all
job.
squared away
Yeah,
here.
nice job, Jonathan.
But I want to stick around.
Our favorite southpaw. Here it comes.
Ooh, right next door.
Still just 2 outs for Buddha. And that's
And-
not one of them.
No jack. Nice pot there. $541.
And early
profit.
on, Buddha's getting felted here.
I think he's still got a few chips left, perhaps. But we got an early chip leader at the table. He's
We do.
More than doubled up.
Right away.
Well, he
And the last time Guppy was on the live stream, he had a struggle. So now he's going to be right off to a big start. And what'll be interesting, Mike, is to see what he does with that chip stack. I have not been able to see him play big stack poker yet.
Does he get aggressive or
I-
does he
that-
just protect that?
That's going to be the question, right?
Well, the comment he made was he's either going to get some Buddha bucks or it's going to be an early night for him. So
Yeah.
he had to think about it. I don't know if he got any information from all the conversation he was eliciting from Buddha, but he decided to make the right play for his hand. He was ahead.
No,
He was way ahead. And now Danny's got pocket kings. Look out.
Oh,
Makes it 30.
So, do I play it now, if I play it?
No.
no, you play it when you're under the gun.
Only-
Pre-flop,
okay,
pre-flop.
Only under the gun. Oh,
Gary's going to come in with an ace queen. And we got Stevie with an ace jack. We got
Wow.
some big hands here.
No.
And Nick, also with kings. Oh, my goodness, Mike.
Let's see what he does. I'm expecting a raise out of Nick.
Yeah, I'm going to guess probably 180, 150. I like to guess. I'm very
that's
seldom
okay.
right, but it's fun.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right.
It's fun.
I think he's got 150 in his hand. Now he's getting more.
Now he's getting more.
Wait. 1 second, guys. 175.
Wow, Vic, 175.
But the real story is with the Kings now in Denny's situation,
All of it.
we're going to see
Yeah.
another all-in here. And Gary and Stevie B don't have, I wouldn't call that real easy decisions to make.
No.
They've got to really consider. However, with these two guys in the hand, Denny and Nick, making those kinds of moves, it probably is a no-brainer, and they do get out of the way. And a quick call here from Nick, and we've got another all-in this time, unless we see a flush.
Might have been good.
Yeah, Paul's not dealing, so probably not.
Yeah.
You guys want to chop either way?
Shout out to Poison Arm Paul,
Yeah.
and Rainbow.
No flush
So,
coming.
yep, no flush coming.
Oh, boy, one of the aces
And-
come.
Ace queen.
And Gary says he would have gotten there, but of course, right next to him, there was an ace as well.
Yeah,
So those two would have been chopping it. Well, no, ace queen versus ace jack. Yeah, so Gary would have taken that all down.
With only 2 outs. It's amazing.
Yes.
There's only 2 aces left in the deck, and one of them shows
One of them
up.
shows up. Exactly.
The odds of that happening were very, very slim.
Put it in now.
King versus king.
Yeah, that's crazy.
We've had some action so far tonight, and
My
I don't think
goodness.
it's going to slow down.
I don't think it's going to slow down
We're gonna
either.
have a good show tonight, folks. Our
Yeah.
players are really, really going at it.
That is 35.
And we've got a raise to 35. MGM Bob's going to kick it up. Buddha lays it down.
Call 35.
Now another pair here for Denny.
Call.
Gary's got a pair right behind him, pair of deuces, and pair of jacks for MGM Bob. Look at this. 3 pocket pairs going at it.
Nice flop there for Denny, but even better for MGM Bob. He's got the pocket jacks. Denny's first to act, and he's going to bet out. Feeler bet, really.
Yeah, pretty small bet into that pot. Going to find out where everybody else is.
And a raise announced from MGM Bob.
125.
125 is now the bet, and a quick call from
He's-
Denny.
he's got
Denny's
the-
open-ended.
That's the open-ender.
To a turn.
Check. 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 100.
100.
Jacks are going to take it. So what does Denny do now with 4 overcards?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he liked the flop. Unfortunately, if his 8 would have come out, he would have lost a lot of money.
Exactly.
Conversely, if MGM Bob hits a
Jack
jack,
comes out, then the other one makes
he
it
loses
straight.
a lot of money.
Another nice pot.
Thank you very much for joining us tonight, folks. We are the Reserve, Toledo, Ohio, and this is our Saturday night staple,
As you walked in,
Regular Joe Poker Show.
we were having a good old
This is a 1-3 no-limit hold'em cash game, $500 buy-in. I believe everybody did buy in for the 500. We got 9 players, and we've had a re-up from Buddha, so there's $5,000 on the table right now.
First stack, C6.
And we have seen a lot of action. We're going to continue to see a lot of action. You always have to kind of remember that this is just a 1-3 game,
Exactly.
and it just continues to play so much bigger than that.
Well, I'm telling you.
I don't even think John knew I was here.
I didn't know.
'Cause my muffler fell
Well,
off
I
my
think
helmet.
MGM Bob went out of turn there, waiting for Tarantula Nick with a
Base
big
21.
slick. He takes it up.
Dragging it or did it just fall off completely?
No, I started the car and then as I
Dick told me if I had a chance to mention his son's name, he said his son loves to hear his name on TV, Nicholas Stark Mullen.
Oh,
so there
yes.
we go.
Yes, young Nick.
From Tiffin,
Yeah.
Ohio.
I was just glad I had
And,
a minute while I was dressing.
Last time he was on, Nick was there. The young Nick was at home with his grandma. Shout out to young Nick.
We got 4 handed.
Yeah, we got 4-handed.
The park, so it's,
Some interesting hands here.
but not from the front. It's like
MGM Bob hits the second pair with 10s.
it out between like the tailpipe and the
25.
I guess it's a
Continuation
Nick's
bet here
gonna
from
continue.
Nick.
85.
MGM. Nope, don't believe you. We're going to kick it up.
Probably rusted apart. The car's rusted, a little rusty.
No callers there,
That
so
does
a
it.
nice little pot there for MGM Bob.
He sniffed out that continuation bet. He was going to find out where he was by bet making a raise there with second pair. And there's the room for the tournament that's going on tonight. We got 3 or 4 tables going.
And there's still people coming in, and that looks like Sherry going right to the cage, getting signed up for tonight's tournament, which is a $30 buy-in, $30 rebuys at the table. This is a $3,000 guaranteed prize pool, $1,000 guaranteed for first place. And you can see we've got 3 strong tables already. You get $10K added on for wearing an ugly sweater, or just $10 to add to that. These are 20-minute levels. This has just got started at 6 o'clock. If you're in the area and you're interested in coming into play tonight,
Come on
we
down.
are open. Yeah, come on down.
And I see my beautiful bride at home that's watching says, remember to hit the like button. So, Jacqueline, thank you for the reminder. And, folks, hit that like button. We've got 48 people watching. Only 7 have hit the like so far. And it helps the club, and it helps you.
Yes.
So please do hit that like button.
Hard to get out of there, huh?
Raise to 45.
Oh,
Raise.
Nick makes an interesting raise with a 7-9 suited.
150.
Wow.
GM Bob doesn't believe him. He goes
Nope.
over the top.
Queens,
All in.
150. And Craig is going to push all in now with the 10s, and we're going to have another big pot here, ladies and gentlemen. Just early on, we are not even 35 minutes into this.
This is the 3rd or 4th all-in that we've had. Don't think Nick can call that. He's like, oh, my
Snap
raise
call
doesn't
there,
work.
obviously, from MGM Bob with the queens.
All in the call.
Yikes. Looking good for you.
Interesting flop. Oh, now it makes a straight draw for Craig.
Oh, man.
Oh,
He
and he
makes
hits
trip.
his 10.
But
MGM Bob hits
Bob
his straight.
Got the straight. That
Wow.
He did not want a 10.
That's crazy. I had one of your 10s.
Another big pot, $877 pot.
I never get tired saying it. Call your friends, call your neighbors, call your cousins, and rightfully so, because this is quite the game.
What'd you
Yeah, Mike, I see,
Wow.
as you mentioned, Jay Flynn there, reminding people to hit the like button. And, you know, from time to time, I said, well, you know Mike, tall Mike. Mike? Yeah, who's Mike? And I said, Jackie's husband.
Oh, that Mike.
Yeah. Do you get that a lot?
Of course.
Or is it the other way around?
Oh, no. Who's that guy with her? Oh.
Who's, yeah. And there's our cumulative winning so far. Early on, like I said, 40 minutes into this, MGM Bob Guppy off to a great start after winning their all-ins
It just came out the ugliest.
matches.
If you're queen, you would have got the straight.
Thank you.
Yeah, so he wasn't dead.
And we got Buddha's dad checking in from Jacksonville, Florida.
Give me them back.
Buddha's going to take it up with a seated connector here, 9-10.
I forgot my stroke. Just give me them back. But you do it on the butt. That's what we do last time.
Yep.
If you miss it, you just do it on the
I mean,
butt.
I'd rather take the rags and get it in there.
No, you're good.
All right.
We already got action, Bob.
No problem, man. I ain't mad at you.
Tom's been a little quiet now. He's going to make this. He's going to raise this up after a $15 raise, and he's going to come in with his king-queen offsuit. Denny, another pocket pair for Denny.
Rules are made to be broken.
100
Guppy
now.
gets
Another
out of the way,
raise.
but strong.
Gary, 4
Another
bets?
Yeah,
Wow.
4 bet here to 100 from Gary. Tom going to get out of the way. Let's see if Denny thinks there's enough money in there, and he does make the call, so we're going to go heads up.
Heads up.
And normally we would say this is a flip, but if you look at the statistics on the board,
Check
the
it out.
system knows what cards are already gone. But
Right.
guess what? Gary hits an ace.
Yeah, you bet that. Come on.
200.
200.
Comes in for 200.
Almost the size of the pot.
Oh, 10 general.
Denny gives a little scowl, like, what? Why? What is that? 200. But gets out of the way.
He sniffs it out.
Yep.
There's a lot of action. He had to put somebody on an ace, and it was Gary. Or the Heat.
Yeah, so
He told me
Daryl
he
knew
goes
down
down.
in Jacksonville, Florida. That's Buddha's father. And you might have missed us discussing earlier Buddha's mushroom hat here, steeped in Christmas tradition. The Christmas mushroom. If you're unaware of it, you're going to learn quite a bit by doing a quick Google search or YouTube search on that one. And Daryl, is that something that Buddha learned from you about the Christmas mushroom?
It's unnecessary most times.
He was telling everybody that story. And he's got a lot of background on it.
Yeah, that's right. You can give me these.
No, that's yours.
Buddha lets his suited 7-3 go.
$10.
Suited 5-2 goes. Nobody's got much here. Guppy's got an ace-10. Is he going to call or raise? Looks like he's cutting out raisin chips.
$40.
Yep, makes it 40. Stevie's got a suited ace behind him.
He's really trying to get something going here.
Why do we even have these red? I'm barely using them.
And he calls the 40. Now what does MGM Bob do? He's getting pretty good odds here.
Yeah, he's up over 1,000 in chips,
Jack
so
9, sure, he's coming along.
why not?
Players.
Check to the razor.
Check in the dark from MGM Bob.
Check.
Pocket tens, Guppy hits 3 of a kind with an ace kicker.
Nice flop for Guppy.
Sure is.
And where am I at kind of bet from Stevie B.
Is he going to find out? Or is Guppy just going to let him bet for him? Let's see. He's going to think about it. Let's see if the card marker goes over to elicit some conversation first. Looks like a raise coming.
Yeah.
175 now.
Don't think Stevie can call that. Nope. Found out where he was quick. You know, some players would do exactly that, be happy to take the pot, and other players would let the other player bet their hand and see. There wasn't a lot of draws out there.
Right.
But there's always a danger in trying to slow play and letting somebody else bet the hand for you, because sometimes they catch up on you.
Yeah. Yep.
So that was well played. He took it down. Nice pot.
You know, for my own part, Mike, I'm not very good at slow playing.
I just don't like it.
I don't like it, and when it really is noticeable is when you have high hands. You know, either we've got a high hand tonight for the tournament.
Oh, we do.
We've got an optional high hand
okay.
tonight. We do that every once in a while, probably just to create some more buzz in the room for this holiday season. I've never won a high hand, and I know why. It's because I don't like to get all the way down to the river to let somebody catch up, and I typically, when I have my hand, I typically try to bet stronger.
Yeah, it's
And
I play the same way for the most part.
Do you? Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Here we go, three-handed into the flop.
Checker bet.
MGM Bob catches his king for top pair.
$20.
Not really much there for Nick, but he's going to bet and see what happens. Bob is an insta-call. Gary says, no, thank you.
Checker bet.
Ooh,
that
this
could
is
be
going to
trouble
get
for Nick.
Yeah, this is going to be trouble.
75.
I don't think Nick believed that MGM Bob had a king. We're going to find out here. Four's not helping him at all. Of course, MGM Bob doesn't have that strong of a kicker either.
I think I believe you.
Well, no, I don't
Oh.
like it.
Oh,
Nick
he
says,
does
I
believe him. So he lets that queen go. The other thing is with a couple of hearts and he's got diamonds, he really had nothing to redraw to.
No, just a little small card to maybe get two pair and maybe get more in trouble if you already were.
Yeah, best to just cut your losses there. But talking about that, you know, the style of play, you know, there is no one way or even 10 different right ways to play this game. You know, Dom and I talk about that in here all the time. There are many, many ways to play this game.
In many ways to play any specific hand, and quite often one of the nice things here is there's a lot of a dialogue about the play and about hands and about opinions. So even when you're playing it on a break and you're talking with folks, you learn a lot. You find out about a lot of different strategies. It's helpful.
Yes, and Anthony Halt, who loves to troll me, And I do love his comments. He's got some good insights. He wants me to keep talking about how I play.
I see that. Well, and he's going to think back to a table he and I were at a couple weeks ago and say, I just heard Mike say he doesn't slow play, but I watched him do it. I said, not usually. Well, Nick's got a lot of action tonight. He's playing a lot of hands.
Yeah, with the $10 button straddle, they've decided to just, instead of, they decided to put a certain bet in and to just
They both get a 7.
roll it out.
And Nick hits 2 pair.
They're way too lucky tonight.
Oh, boy.
He said, yeah, the
250 sounds all right.
Where's the 30 more?
Big $29 pot.
I know you would have. I'm the worst in this scenario.
Please continue to hit that like button. We're at 24 right now. We like to get to 25. We like to get to 50. Let's get all the way to 100 tonight. We're going to be going till 10:15 tonight. We will not be live streaming on this Tuesday night.
Straddle on the button.
More importantly, just to let everybody know, we're closed tomorrow and Monday. Merry Christmas, everybody. We will not be here, but Tuesday night for the 26th, we've got a special night. That is a $100, $5,000 prize pool guarantee tournament. But the significance is that we will be doing $100 hot seat giveaways every half hour from 6:30 to 10:30.
Raise $25 now.
That's good whether you're playing cash or playing in the tournament.
Correct.
Everybody's live for the hot seat.
That is correct.
That's a great thing.
Yeah. And we did this last year and saw close to 100 players, and we expect the same kind of turnout Tuesday night, the 26th of December. Here we go. We're going to go four-handed now into this flop.
3 queens are out.
Check.
3 hearts.
All hearts. Stevie B, the only one with a heart, and a decent one, too.
Gary's
Gary.
got top pair.
$50.
Yep.
He's going to bet it and find out where he's at.
All in.
In and all in.
Wow.
That is an aggressive move.
It is.
What's known as a semi-bluff, and it might work.
And it might. And he's doing this with half of the stack that he started with. I thought maybe it was enough
Nice
or
play.
small enough bet here for Gary to make the call, but it's not.
Very nice play.
Those 3 hearts out there kind of scared him. So,
That's how you make the semi-bluff.
yeah, good move there, Stevie B. Good move.
Introduce him to the community now.
You might want to be careful there with Gary. You know, that guy sitting next to you, he was a pro boxing official for many, many years. He just retired, and he also won a tough man competition in 1985. When you shake his hand, you'll know why.
Yeah.
His daughter is a basketball player. His daughter, Alex Wolf, is a basketball player at Lord's University.
Oh, wow. Terrific.
10 to
We got a
play.
big hand here for Tom.
Thank you. Action's over here.
See what he's going to do.
Action's over here, guys.
Expect a raise.
Because there's a straddle. Oh.
Yeah, she called it too.
Your own count.
I
Oh,
just
no.
thought-
He does.
45.
I know.
Got a couple aces behind him. And a suited ace from Stevie. He's going to
Yeah.
look it up.
He's got some newfound chips here, so he wants to get in.
Nick likes aces.
He likes aces. He likes position. Ace 10. He is just going to make the call here.
Give your shout out.
A few players behind him.
MGM Bob threw away his suited queen with all that action. Who just got a jack 9? Yeah, he wants to see it.
4 players.
4 players. I'm not sure Tom's too happy about having 3 callers there with kings, but let's see what this flop is. Oh,
Check or bet.
wow.
35.
Continuation /
75.
feeler bet. A
Yeah.
raise from Steve.
Going to see if somebody spiked an ace on him.
Oh.
Nick lays it down.
Wow, he's going to lay that down. He might have been assuming he had kicker issues with the 10,
Very possible.
but Stevie B now, 2 pots in a row.
Fine, right about now.
Very nice.
Well done.
What was your kicker?
He's decided to put the foot down on the gas pedal a little bit here, and here's our cumulative winnings. MGM Bob Guppy, Gary, Stevie B, all in the green. Buddha and Craig having the toughest of the go so far, but we have just gotten started. We're not even an hour into this. Plenty of time. We'll be going till 10:15 tonight.
And that nice pot just got Stevie back in the green, and he's been playing poker 21 years, and he's actually from Michigan, from Carleton, Michigan. So he drove a little ways to get here, and we get a lot of Michigan players here.
If you hadn't bet first, I'd call 75, but not very bad, so
MGM, Bob, and Guppy both sitting there at $1,200.
50?
Raise to 50.
Got a raise coming here.
Call.
Buddha calls with his suited ace.
Heads up.
So we got two suited aces.
Yeah, heads up action here. Nick continues to get an ace here and there.
Check
And
out.
a big
he flops two pair.
Wow.
Buddha's got to wonder about that. Let's see how Nick plays it. Pot's already $124. I expect we'll do a guess. $60 bet.
50.
That's close.
Good guess. Remember, this is horseshoes and hand grenades. That's pretty close.
What's Buddha gonna do? He may well raise just to find out where he's at.
Oh, Buddha smells a rat here. He doesn't
does.
like what he sees.
Very nice play
He
there,
did
Buddha.
not like that at all.
Great lay down.
And he lays it down, and he says you can pick one if you want. He throws over the queen.
No sir. Good queen.
And Nick wanted to make him wonder just what he had. He didn't want to show the cards, but he was enough to show
that
one of
was-
them.
Yes.
And take advantage either way. If he throws the queen and Buddha had an ace, he might have Buddha thinking he got him to lay down the better hand. If the ace pops up, then Buddha might be wondering about his kicker.
Small bets are. Oh, he looks really strong there. Big bets is like.
Oh, Nick
People talk about
begs to
getting
differ
right on
that was
people.
a small bet.
The amount of the bet.
A little less than half
I
the
ignore
amount.
everything except
Raise,
the amount of the bet.
23.
Most of the time.
Stevie B going a little bit of a run here now. He's got ace king under the gun. He's going to raise it up to 23.
23.
MGM Bob away from the table. Buddha, ace 7.
Oh,
Now
we got
Craig.
pocket pair again. He's going to give it a look. Tom lays down king 7, 6-4, no thank you. Jack 3. Nope, looks like we're going to be heads up. Pretty typical flip situation here.
Check a bet.
3 spades, and nobody has a spade, so pocket 5s are still in the lead.
45.
But we're going to get a continuation bet here from Big Slick. Let's see. And he's got Craig to lay it down. He lays down the best hand. There were so many things that could have beat him there.
Thank you.
Sometimes you lay down the best hand, live to fight another day. That's part of the game.
And if you're just joining us, this is the 1-3 No Limit Hold'em Cash Game, our Saturday staple of the regular Joe Poker Show. My name is Vic
Christmas
Gager, and I've
edition.
got Mike Flynn sitting in for Dom tonight.
I got one.
We've had some great action so far. Barely an hour into this, and 3 very significant all-in hands that didn't go typical or predicted. So we expect this action to keep up, and they are utilizing, Mike, the rock that we typically use on the Thursday show. If you have it in your
35.
stack, then that needs to go out, and that becomes a $10 straddle, a way of kind of enticing the action. Speaking of action, Craig's going to raise it up with king 5 to 35. Tom coming in. Guppy also with a couple of diamonds. He's going to come along. Nick just needs 25 to call because it was his straddle, and we're going to go four-handed to a flop.
4 players.
For a 1-3 game, $120 in the pot pre-flop. We got some action tonight, folks.
Check a bet.
2 10s and a jack. Guppy flops 2 pair.
Check.
And he's in position.
75.
So we've got 75.
Pretty good size bet. And that'll take it down.
Yeah. So Guppy continues to run well. He was in a huge all-in, just second or third hand And what he's got in front of him, he likes to refer to as Buddha bucks.
Exactly. You know, he was telling me before we started today that he raises turkeys and chickens. He loves dogs. He loves the woods. He's not really a hunter, but he just likes to raise the animals. He lives in Rising Sun, population of about 600 down near Fostoria. And
Oh, okay.
he started playing poker here in the area in home games, and he quit for a while, and he's just now getting back into it. And he's glad he found the reserve. He really likes it here.
Yeah.
The last person to still have their button left has to pay the rest of the table $5 if you go. Right.
$9
Now
now.
they're talking about
the no net.
Yeah, they're talking about instituting.
They have two tables going. I'll show you.
Oh, they're thinking about doing it?
$50
They are. They're
now.
discussing it. Look at Buddha here coming out strong with the king, 10 of hearts, and a raise, a 3-bet to 50.
Unless they win the bump out.
Unless they win the bump out. If you get stacked, you're kicked off the table.
Or if you're low, weak.
That's what I said first, yeah.
But you got in there. I got
Stevie comes along with a Jack-4 suited.
bad call. It's all right, we'll see.
He should hope hearts don't show up.
Yes.
And then GM Bob's got a small pair, so looking to flop a set.
3 players.
No chance.
Check or bet. Check.
Nobody's
Check.
got a queen. King high is still good. What does Buddha do with it?
These guys to fold. I'm gonna have to check.
And he does check it rather than make a continuation bet. He's the one that started this.
And let Stevie catch a jack.
He let Stevie catch up here.
But MGM Bob's going to bet it. Going to find out where his threes are at. And Buddha calls quickly, and Stevie calls. Here we go. Now we got a big pot.
We do.
Check or bet. Check.
With the check mark, Stevie checks, and they're going to check around to showdown, and Stevie's going to take down another pot. So
Wow.
he started out kind of quiet here, and he is building up now up over his original buy-in of 500.
He had the worst hand going in. and
He's
ends
been
up
on a
taking
kind
the
of a run here. Yeah,
$333 pot.
exactly.
What time did you go here last night? We quit at 5.
Alan Hively has made a comment saying, hey, with more than 60 players, we should get more than 24 likes. So, yeah, come on, folks. Help us out. Hit that like button. Got 63 watching right now. The special Christmas edition of the Regular Joe Christmas Show.
The regular Joe Christmas show here at the Reserve.
Happens once a year.
Yeah, that's right.
It'd be an annual event.
Brandon, Lori was here until we closed at 5:30. Lori was here the whole time.
There has been some action so far, and I don't expect it's going to change.
No.
I think we're going to have a good action game tonight.
Yeah, I bet he was
Expect the
really
raise
happy.
out of Buddha here. Yep.
I turned open it. King 10 hard.
Just makes it 12, one of the smaller opening raises. Find out where everybody's at.
Denny's been a little quiet, get a lot of pocket pairs here tonight, but he decides to come in with his 9-8 offsuit. Gary being patient.
Thanks.
Stevie B, position, 6-5 offsuit. Tarantula now, couple of clubs. I think he's going to pump this up, but he doesn't. Yeah, he does.
$56.
Yeah.
And GM Bob lays it down.
Action's down here. Three players.
Buddha calls with his club draw. And Denny's got that connector in between. 8-9 is a little sneaky hand if those
Stevie.
cards come.
Yeah, Stevie B got rid of that
Up to
6-5.
5-6.
So we're three-handed now going to the flop.
Have someone come in and
Buddha hits his 10 for a top pair. But Nick's going to put a bet out because he hit bottom pair.
Which is the Browns game?
$60.
See what Buddha does. He just calls.
Oh, yeah, Browns, they play
Not much there for an 8-9. We're heads up.
Browns, so they play tomorrow.
Yeah, they're not one.
I didn't know they
had
had
pro games today. They got
They're both division games.
Yeah, Pittsburgh says he's
Ah,
going to
60.
and you got like
Pittsburgh beats us.
they were beating them up pretty good.
It was,
All in.
I saw it.
24-0.
And we have an all in
I didn't even know there was pro games.
from Nick.
It's a late game tonight too. I think.
I thought there
Bottom
was.
pair.
Oh, yeah. it's a
Really
charge.
putting the heat on Buddha.
He really is. Yeah.
Running so good today.
Now, what do you
The
think
board
charge-
paired, and Nick decided to take advantage of that situation
Wow, what a play.
and pushes all in.
Let's see if Nick shows.
And he does show.
Oh, wow. He's really trying to get some action.
Yes, he is.
Thank Thank you.
Buddha does not look happy. That's twice now he got him to lay a hand down.
That's right. And young Nick, hope you're watching. Your dad putting on a little bit of a clinic right now when you've got the worst hand. Go ahead.
Well done,
And
Nick.
push it in and push people around.
The power of pressure.
Nice job, Nick.
The power of the pressure.
That was Morgan that just walked in a minute ago. She is the masseuse that comes to the
I was just trying
reserve,
to here, Buddha.
giving massages at the poker tables, $1 a minute. Does an excellent job, and I had one heck of a knot in my back yesterday. Got a break during while I was dealing, and she worked on that, found it right away. She knows her stuff, and a very nice person as well.
35 now?
Guppy's going to raise it up with his ace-8. Nick lays a king-6 down. MGM Bob says, nope, don't like my 10-4. Buddha doesn't play the king-2, so little pre-flop raise takes that hand down. Very nice play, Guppy. He's gotten a few pots tonight. He's got a stack of chips. He's doing well.
Been hitting up the gym, Craig, as soon as I ever did.
Not working. Going a lot, I've lost a pound.
No,
How do we get
I know,
pounds?
I gained some weight since I've been going. I'm like,
That's why I don't go.
I was on the barbell.
That's a great place to go watch TV now, that's all.
Yep.
It's because you guys are gaining muscle. Yeah, you don't lose weight when you gain muscle.
At least feel skinnier. That's all I
15.
want.
it makes me feel.
Ace Queen makes it $15. Suited. But they're suited. How many
Yeah.
times have you ever heard that at the poker table? But they were suited.
No, I got 7 cards to go.
7 we got.
Queen Jack
I got
gonna come
3
along. Suited
regular
Queen
and-
Jack.
Or 4 regular and 3 gold. I need 15.
40.
Raise to 40.
MGM takes it up with a suited King Jack. And in Dom's absence, I will say, here comes the nemesis.
I'll get one more.
Oh, boy. Nemesis suited.
I need my- 40.
And 2 callers.
2 quick callers here. Spades, diamonds, and hearts. What's it going to be? Here it comes.
The
Here comes the
little
flop.
cards. Oh, and a king and 3 spades.
Wow. Tom, who's been really quiet,
100.
down to about half of his starting stack, and he just flops the world.
All in.
And he is going to go all in after a $100 bet from MGM Bob, who hit top pair. Guppy's going to get out of the way, and he does
everybody
have the
folds
chips
real
to call. Let's see if he decides to do this. He does make the
Oh,
call.
wow.
Wow. This is going to be a big hand.
Yep. Drawn dead.
Flush.
And a big hand there for Tom. A much-needed, well-timed hand for Tom. And he's going to be now up over his original buy-in of 500.
MGM Bob flopped that top pair, and he's seen in the last couple rounds 2 or 3 plays where somebody made a big bet and pushed the winner off. And I wonder if that influenced his decision to call on that hand with top pair with looking at a flush draw. Just kind of the nuance of the table. You never know. You never know.
You never know.
But it certainly could.
What game is that? Home game. You know, Pete? He texts me, he sends me that thing every week.
There's not quite as much table chat here as was going on for the dealers tournament, Vic. Well, everybody had a good time for that. And you know, while we're talking about Christmas, though, I just want to say thank you to everyone who contributed to the Toys for Tots. The reserve raised over $11,000 for toys for underprivileged children and made a whole lot of kids happy this Christmas. And that's thanks to all of the players here, to the staff here, to the ownership, to Jim and Marissa. And just thank you all for supporting the community. It's a great thing.
Yes. I echo that 100%. Thank you, Mike.
$10. 53 now.
Yeah, none of that $10 coming in. Let's raise it up. 53 for Stevie B. Hey, that rhymes.
Yes, it does.
MGM Bob's got a pocket pair.
Bob's going to come along.
53.
And here comes Gary with the ace-2 soft suit. So we're going to go 3-handed to the flop.
3 players.
Interesting range of cards here.
Sure
Nikki
is.
doing a great job getting the pot right. And here comes the flop.
Nobody hits anything.
Yeah,
And
those
G and
fives
Bob's
are still ahead. Yeah.
But there's 3 overcards. So how do you feel about 5s?
Right.
105.
Stevie's going to put a bet out there just to see what's going on. Gets Bob to lay down the hand that's in the lead. Gets everybody to lay down. Nice bet there. The power of pressure comes through again.
Yes, the power of pressure and the power of inserting that pressure pre-flop and continuation bet then allows you to put a strong, follow that up with a strong bet.
Well, especially being in early position.
Yeah.
He makes the raise, so typically that's representative of a pretty strong hand. And he comes out with a continuation bet, making it look like he hit his hand. He had a strong hand. There were some nice cards on the board. He very well could have connected with that hand. So very nicely done. And it's also a tough thing to do in early position because if somebody really did connect,
Yes.
then you got trouble behind you.
Me too.
You know what that means?
We definitely like to provide you with a quality product here with the live stream. We can't underestimate or undervalue what it's like to play in the live stream and go back and watch your play and be able to find situations and just learn from them in so many different ways. And even if you haven't been playing in the live
You think
stream,
that's gonna stop?
but you're watching the live stream, do not miss the opportunity to grow your game and learn from situations like Stevie B just did, particularly if you're early to Texas Hold'em.
Absolutely, because you'll see some interesting styles of play, and you'll see some people make moves that maybe you wouldn't have thought to make.
Exactly.
And you can go back and look at it, look at the situation, and say, "Oh, I can see why that could work.
Yes.
Why it may be something to add to my poker repertoire."
Dealer change now. We got Mr. Josh Black at the helm. We've got 4 players going to this flop.
Denny gets top pair again.
Second to act here, and he's going to push out a bet of 40. Gary, his cards just are not hitting.
No.
He does have a gut shot, but he's not going to stick around for that. Tarantula Nick, who had kind of opened things up pre-flop, decides to get out of the way.
Nothing to go with his ace-4 of
No.
spades.
And so a much-needed hand there for Denny.
Nice hand, Denny. Well played. You know, he's a Toledo guy. And he's got some interesting things in his background. He told me he's been in stand-up comedy, been a stand-up comedian. He's been on local radio and TV. And he was in a movie called Shelves, which is a Christmas comedy horror show.
Oh, really? Okay, terrific.
I did not know that about Denny.
So the Colonel is on, and he says that he learned to listen to the little voice in my head, LOL. Well, that goes back to a comment that I made while he was playing on Thursday night, where I forget the particulars of the hand, but basically he went against his instincts, and I made the comment he didn't listen to the little voice in his head. So you could tell that the Colonel went back and watched and apparently did learn, at least for now.
You know, that's something that I've heard a lot of pros say, that your first instinct is usually the right one.
Right.
And it really is true in this game.
Yeah.
Sometimes you try to talk yourself out of it or into it one way or the other.
Exactly. And now we got 3-handed going to the flop. Stevie B open-ended here. 3, 4, 5. He's got pocket 2s. Tom hit a piece of this with the 4, but Guppy's going to just bet this out open-ended. No, he's not open-ended, but he's just going to bet it out, see where he's at.
Worst hand's going to fire some chips out there. So this will be an interesting turn card.
Yeah, so now we're heads up here going to the turn.
Trying to gently encourage them to do what I need them to do.
Pairs up the 3s. Guppy's, they both checked.
Nope, Steve's going to keep the pressure on.
That's 35.
Really nothing out there for the King 8 unless he thinks there's a bluff. He's going to put some heat on.
Wow. And now an all-in. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just seeing some great action here tonight. Oh, no, not all-in. It's a call. Sorry.
And the
Sorry.
queen Does not help, so let's see what happens now.
Those pocket twos.
Guppy's been firing.
And they're going to check it down to showdown after that raise.
I try to represent it for E.
Yep, Guppy says he was trying to represent and did not continue to represent after the river.
Well, if he'd have made a big bet there on the river, it would have been a really tough call for Steve.
Yeah.
That would have been some pressure.
Steal it. Like poker.
Some really nice action here tonight. And some interesting poker styles.
I drop him just to keep him moving. I can't even get ready.
You're seeing people make moves. We're seeing some nice bets. We're seeing some semi-bluffs.
The volume is way up. Anybody hungry?
Maria.
Tamales?
Maria is here with tamales and burritos.
Really good, guys. If you're hungry, it's really good.
The players at the table are trying to drum up some business for her. Kerry lays his 10-5 down.
Got you excited?
$10 button straddle.
Stevie's in there with a king-5.
Courtesy of the rock that they're using tonight. MGM Bob, I think he's getting a little bored. It's hard for him to be out of more than a few hands.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too, because I was getting some. I chased her.
Seems like Stevie's been in a lot of hands. I've not seen the VPIP graphic, but he's played quite a few hands.
Yes, he has.
I had a bad experience too, to be honest.
My guess is that he would be leading that right now, and we got
I would think so.
a 5-handed going to the flop,
The Buddha's got a straight flush draw.
and he's going to bet it. Puts out $40. Top pair here for Denny with the 9 kicker. He's going to come along. So now we're going to go heads up to the turn.
And pairs up the 3s. Buddha's
See if
gonna
this
check
slows, and it does. It slows both of them down.
it. Ace doesn't help anybody.
No.
Buddha's going to represent.
You get the ace with him?
No, you're good.
I got it sound.
Nice.
Oh, and he makes a call.
Yep.
Nice call there from Denny.
Yeah, that was one of those please call me bets to make you wonder if that's really a please call me
That's
bet.
like
Yes.
running on the spade with the ace.
$50 into an almost $200 pot. So a nice bet on Buddha's part. Some people might say, why didn't he put a lot more in there and put the heat on? Sometimes a bet that size is designed to make the other player think he's just begging me to call.
Yeah, it's designed to be deceptive in some cases.
Sometimes.
Yep.
Not always.
And look how this has changed. It continues to change the cumulative winnings. Guppy, Stevie B, MGM Bob having a really good go of it so far, but we've got just 2 players in the red, Buddha and Craig. Now we know from our experience of seeing Buddha go down, get down early, that he knows how to work those chips. He knows how to work his way back, because we are going until 10:15 tonight.
Nick raises it up with pocket 9s. MGM Bob's got an ace-10. Sure, he's going to come along. Buddha's got a suited connector.
Yeah, and that's one of Tarantula's Nick's 9s.
Maybe. One of them, I know that.
Denny coming in.
King 10 calls.
Guppy with
Oh, wow.
3s. Gary, why not? And he's going to have the nemesis here. Dom taking the night off tonight. I got Mike Flynn here in the booth with me. And one of my favorites here, 7-handed going to the flop. 2 hearts, 5, 6, 8.
Buddha's hits top pair. Tarantula Nick needs a 7 for a straight.
Nobody has hearts. Guppy gets out of there with his 3s. Oh, I thought for a minute there Gary was contemplating making a move on that. 75 is a pretty big bet to make a move against, but Nick still in the lead here with his 9s, and he's going to raise this up. MGM Bob gets out of the way. And a quick call here from Buddha, so we're going to go heads up. And the board pairs.
That could be an interesting card. What's Nick going to do? $458 pot. He's going to shove.
Yeah.
If he thought his 9s were good before and he doesn't put boot on a 5, he's going to put some heat on for overcards or a straight draw or a flush draw.
Now here's what I believe Buddha is thinking about, and he's seen Nick now do this to him a couple of times so far with either a draw or a fistful of nothing.
Is he trying to push me off? I've got top pair. Is it a semi-bluff? Am I good? And the fact that he's down might entice him to take advantage here. In his mind, we'll see. He's thinking about it.
All right, buddy. Fold again.
Oh, he's going to lay it down again. Let's see if Nick chose.
Nice. Good fold that time.
This time he says good fold. That time he does show the 9s.
Going back up to 5.
So Nick has shown bluffs and he's shown a best hand.
Yeah.
So just because I make a big bet doesn't mean I have nothing all the time.
Yeah.
Sometimes I got something.
$5 now, or you want left, right, center?
Nick is a very savvy player, and he's one of those players that's as savvy in tournaments as he is in cash games. We've seen him do very well. He's a past champion of one of our big tournaments here.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking center.
Nice. That's kind of fun.
Yeah.
He's been playing poker for a while.
And he's got young Nick watching at home.
You can't win.
So young Nick's got to be pretty happy about that.
Making him work for it again. He already dealt him the winner.
So if there's no flop, does he get no tip?
If there's no flop, he gets 5. He gets 5.
Is the jack worth 10 or 11?
All the face cards are worth 10, but the aces are worth 1 because there's 4 10 value cards.
15 is a bet.
So Craig raises it up with his suited ace, ace-6.
Call.
Makes it 15.
Call.
Stevie likes the action. King-8, he's coming in. Nick with a queen-6, he lets it go.
Now who's left, right, or center? His or yours?
His. He makes
Three
center, so it
coming
don't
into
matter,
his
but
pot.
normally it would be his.
Right.
It would be his.
$48 in the middle so far.
It don't matter.
Oh
Five on the board.
He
Wow.
was about to mix him up.
He said he made
That's
sure he was
15 right there.
Craig's going to take a strong lead here in this hand, virtue of his ace.
Pair boards, you
He's
double
going to do a
it.
continuation bet. And he's going to get a couple of quick folds here, and much needed hand there for Craig.
Nicely done. The hand people didn't want to mess with.
Craig was the pre-flop raiser, and what I found interesting, because I was kind of watching Nick here, even though there were 2 callers, and it wasn't a big raise considering, and I think what went into his mindset was that Craig has not played many hands. And so that had to really influence his decision. And look at this, a nice shot of the main room there where we've got our $30 tournament tonight with $30 rebuys at the table. And 4 tables going on in there. And because we published that if you wear a ugly sweater, you get an extra $10K in chips tonight, that room is really colorful. Here's Tom now with ace-queen offsuit, and he's going to raise this up to 15.
My head low. I'm not running good tonight. I used up all my luck on Thursday. I was killing it on Thursday. Did you see the screen?
That's a good game to kill it in.
Yeah.
5, 10, 10.
Yeah, well, no. The Thursdays 1-3 was the no net games. They're already willing to throw money around.
Yeah, it's big action.
Real big.
And now a
They don't smile.
raise here, a 3-bet from Stevie B in position, playing his button, making it $50, putting the pressure on. Nick was probably well prepared to make that $15 bet, but he gets out of the way, MGM Bob is going to call with the ace-king offsuit.
Hitting flushes.
And then a call from Tom with ace-queen. So we've got 3 players coming into this flop, each of them with an ace. Stevie B is suited with clubs, and here comes the flop.
Yeah, I had kings. Neil had queens, and you know, I won $1,000 in that one hand.
And ace-king for MGM Bob, so he's going to hit the best of this. Top pair with top kicker, continuation bet here from Stevie B. He did hit a piece of this with the 9. MGM Bob, strong hand here. Going to make the call of 75. Tom gets out of the way, and we're going to go heads up to the turn.
Make sure you're reading the cards right.
I made like $600, like on the one hand.
Oh my! Another 9 here.
Yeah, so if you're hitting and you're hitting nuts, you'll get paid off with the nuts.
MGM Bob checking this. See what Stevie B does with this.
One time I was in a hand. It was me in
The power of the hand shifted quickly.
It certainly did.
And now, oh, MGM Bob's going to go all in. Granted, there's 2 diamonds and 2 hearts out there.
So he ended up folding, and I had like 9 high or something like that. I just wanted to bluff him off of it that way I could get rid of my chip, and he had to pay the table.
And the computer knows that one of the kings that MGM Bob is not left in the deck, so he just has 1 out. Tough decision here for Stevie B. Would not require all of his stack, but close to it to make this call, and he does make the call. And just basically 1 out here for Bob. The action here tonight for a 1-3 game, Mike, has just been fantastic.
It's incredible. If you're looking for a good action game, you got to get in this one. And a 6, no help for the Kings. So Josh is going to get some counts here.
Yep, Josh taking the time to make sure that we get the chip count correct. Mr. Josh Black. And yes, make sure that it's correct and that river does not help MGM Bob. And now a big pot here from Stevie B. MGM Bob is going to re-up here, so we're at least $6,000 on the table here tonight for a 1-3 game. We're going till 10:15. This is the reserve in Toledo, Ohio. Our next live stream will be on Thursday. We will not be live streaming Tuesday night. We have a tournament with a special $100 hot seat giveaways going on Tuesday, the day after Christmas.
And expect to have some cash games going at the same time.
We do. We do expect that for Tuesday night, without a doubt. Now a $10 button straddle from Nick. Buddha gets out of the way.
You played last week?
Yeah, in the dealer game.
No.
And now Guppy, Jack 8 of diamonds. He's going to make the call.
Oh, okay.
Gary's got a couple of diamonds. King 5.
Yeah.
He's going to look it up.
Stevie B still stacking chips from that last hand. He's up close to 2,000 now.
I don't know that he's looked at his cards yet.
And whether he, if he limps or folds here, I'm expecting a raise from Tarantula Nick. Queen 10 offsuit with just some limpers, and when he's in position, he likes to punish the limpers.
There you go.
They're just getting some of the
limpers.
chip denominations.
He's getting some dealer tips.
Oh, and he does check it. Okay, so I was wrong. And we're going to go 3-handed to the flop.
Queen
Boom.
10. Nick hits his 2 pair right off the bat.
Wow.
Guppy's got bottom pair with a gut shot straight draw.
So just a mild bet, if you will, from Nick, $15.
Just 3 of us? Yep. 15 to go.
Like you said, bottom pair, but open-ended there for Guppy.
And he gets them both to call.
He gets both of them to call with that bet, so he's doing a little bit of pot building here. A little bit at a time. Here comes the turn.
10's pair up. He's got the full house.
Wow.
Only hand that can beat him is pocket queens, and nobody made a raise pre-flop, so I don't think he's worried about that hand being out there.
But he does want to try to get some more money in this pot if he can.
And he just makes it 30 into an $80 pot.
Yeah.
He's going to let the straight draws come on in.
Call. Fold. Or heads up.
Guppy's going to try his straight draw. And ace doesn't get there.
No.
I think any bet's pretty much going to take this down.
Guppy, I think he's trying to make a move here.
He may be making a move.
The bets have been pretty soft here from Tarantula Nick.
Oh, and he does.
And he does.
Now, what does Nick do? You expect a raise, but how much? He's thinking, what can I get him to call? 214 in the pot, $75 bet to him. Okay, what's your prediction? Min raise coming here?
I think if he min raises here, he's setting this up for Guppy to try to make a bigger move.
Exactly.
But he makes a good size bet. Puts 150 on top, and Guppy quickly folds. And Nick continues to well. And while you were away, your wife Jackie chimed in. She thinks Nick's playing a strong game tonight. I definitely agree with that, Jackie. We definitely see a different game from time to time from Nick. Whatever he's focused on right now tonight is working for him, as well as Stevie B.
And that's an interesting observation. A lot of players will change up their game depending on the situation. Sometimes it's different in cash than tournaments, and actually it should be different in cash than tournaments, I think. But even in the same game, you'll see players change it up. They go from tight to being a little bit looser, from aggressive to being passive, and sometimes it's good to keep the other players on their toes so that they just can't put you on a hand every time.
Now three-handed.
Nobody hits anything. Everybody checks it around. There's a 10 and 2 clubs, so that gives Denny a flush draw. And Nick hits a queen.
Denny let Tarantula Nick here catch up. Denny makes a quick bet, checks it, and Tarantula Nick. When you're running well, when things are going your way, they just seem to be going their way. You have to believe in momentum in this game.
Absolutely. People call it getting on a heater or being on a rush, and you can see it happen. You can see it happen. And it is one of the cycles in poker.
And you can see the opposite happen when things aren't going real well. I mean, if I'm at this table and I'm looking at seat 1 and 2 and the aura around them,
just not much going on over there.
They look like they feel defeated.
Well, they've been somewhat card dead.
Yeah.
But even when they decide to play, the board's not hitting their hands, and sometimes it just goes that way. And when that happens, you have to be patient, and it's hard to do. It's hard to do. You just want to get in there and splash around. You see all these chips moving around. You see people taking advantage of it. You want to get in there and play. Gary raises it up to 25 with his ace-7 suited.
Steve's got an ace-7, so he makes the call. Nick now with pocket 5s.
He's going to see if he can catch a 5 on the flop.
And, of course, the way things have been going, it's quite possible he will. Buddha now making the call with queen-jack offsuit. And we got a pot of brewing here.
We sure do.
6-handed, $150 in the pot. Mr. Josh Black, here it comes. Here's the flop. Rainbow.
4, 6, 8. Pocket 5's got a straight draw, but there's 2 of the 7s out there, and the 2 7s need one of Nick's 5s.
Yes. And it's actually Tom hitting the best of this.
6s, yeah.
Yeah. And they're going to check it all the way around. Now here comes the turn. And a queen, which means Buddha catches up here.
Gary's going to push out on his flush draw. He's got a nut flush draw. 40 into a $150 pot.
Calls 40.
Both Gary and Stevie B gut shots here.
Yeah, he's calling 40 on the gut
And
shot.
an overcard. And in Gary's case, and a flush draw.
Right.
Nick also has gut shot, but he gets
Bob's going to town.
out of the way.
Hearts exposed. Like
Exposes the 5
Lays
of
those
hearts.
5s down.
Raise a little bit.
Yep, raise a little bit here, Buddha. He's going to raise this up. He's in position. He's hit his queen. And he's going to make this 140.
I like that bet from Buddha.
Yeah.
He senses that he's ahead. He senses that the other players are on a draw. And he's going to make them pay. Let's see what Gary's going to do. He lays it down.
I want 40.
That was a terrible card.
And Stevie lays it down. So that bet from Buddha takes it down. Very nice bet. He got the draws out of there.
Yeah, so Buddha trying to make it, like I said, making a comeback from getting belted earlier.
I think that was an interesting laydown for the ace-high flush draw.
I think so too. I agree.
Because you pretty much had the right pot odds. If you think you're behind and you think a heart's going to give you the pot, you know, you got 9 outs.
I agree.
Back around, that's what I
You're
was
about
praying for a 7.
20% at that point in time. You know, if you're getting 4-1 on your money,
I figured even if my fives came
that's
out,
what pot odds are all about. But he laid it down.
Absolutely.
And he just about had that. So that was
Yeah.
an interesting laydown.
you had a 7?
Calls 10.
Yeah, we all
$10
did.
button straddle here.
Yeah.
Our 1-3 no limit hold'em cash game. Regular Joe Poker
And
Show, and
Gary's
now
got
Gary.
queens. It won't be 10 for long.
No, it won't.
But how big does he make it?
75.
75. Nice bet. That's a serious I got a hand bet.
Yeah, and Stevie's coming along because he can. He's having just a great night so far. He's up $1,500. So he's going to see if he can get lightning in a bottle here with the 3s. Queens versus 3s, heads up. 180 in the pot, and here comes the flop.
No 3. Queens are still way ahead. They each have 1 spade. Not really worried about the spade flush draw.
Really nice flop there for
There you
Gary. He's
He
going to...
makes a little more than a pot size bet.
Yes.
I like that bet. If they're going to draw, make them pay.
Did you find the right channel?
No, I don't think it's on TV.
I think it's on ABC.
Oh, is it?
Stevie's taking a look. Does he want to put in 200 with the 3s? He's trying to figure out if it's a flush draw and his 3s might be ahead. There was a pretty big raise pre-flop from Gary. So what hand does he put him on? He puts him on a bigger hand. Good laydown.
Yeah.
It's very, very well done. And Gary says, yep, you made a good laydown. I'll show you the ladies.
Yeah, we got Derek out there on that hand before with the suited ace and the laydown, the ace-7 of hearts from Gary, and we were kind of questioning that. Looks like Derek agrees with that. In the meantime, Mike from Detroit tuning in. Thanks for joining us. Anthony Halt calling me out here for snacking while I'm working. And yes, I got some cantaloupe here. Anthony knows me well.
Got a button straddle here, it looks like.
$10 button draw.
And now Daniel,
Pull you up with him.
dealer change. If you're just joining us, this is the reserve. Toledo, Ohio, 1-3 no limit hold'em cash game.
Then he just calls, first to act with pocket 5s. Gary gets out of the way with an 8-6. Stevie lays down an 8-5.
The Moose, 8-5.
Nick says king 4, no thank you. And GM Bob says, I want to play. I got a couple of diamonds.
I'm trying to stretch my legs out, but it's kicking me.
It's fitting. I like it too.
Okay, 3 going to the flop.
Where do you find that?
eBay. You know, mushrooms are legal in Michigan.
Pair of deuces and a 9. 5 are still in the lead.
Decriminalized.
All right.
So like in Wayne County.
What
and
kind
Little
of, or any
small fee to bet, $10, just to see if anybody caught a deuce or a
naturally
9.
occurring psychedelic, peyote, anything.
And GM Bob says, I'm coming along. And now he catches
They catch you with it,
a
they'll take
flush
it,
draw.
but
Pretty small bet,
they might
15.
prosecute you. Don't
GM says, sure.
Yeah, that's keeping him in the game here.
He's
A
got
lot of outs here.
He's got 10 outs.
Yeah.
In Detroit that only sells
And he doesn't hit one of them.
Nope.
Makes those fives good, and Denny's going to
making a
back
little
off
small
the
bet.
little bet.
The sports have always been legal because the sports
And MGM Bob not having any part of it. Didn't catch it, so he's getting out of the way. And Denny takes a pot down. The 8-5 was in Stevie B's hand. We call that the Moose around here. Moose was in the house last night. We had our free roll, and we had well over 100 players for that. It was a fun night. Boy, people were having so much fun last night. I think, the holidays air was crisp and fun for everybody, but on top of that, we had one player show up, full Santa suit.
Oh, boy.
Another one with the Santa beard. Everybody was just in a festive, there's the Moose again, but everybody was just having a great time last night. They did wind up chopping. You know how I feel about chopping, but it was late. It was about 1:15 in the morning, chopped 6 ways, and it was a free roll.
Woodstock all
And
over.
the 6-way chop was $460 a piece.
How much is that?
And they had a lot of fun, and then continued to have a 1-1 cash game going last night.
I didn't know that.
Where I think I overheard Nick say that it went way past 2 in the morning.
It's always fun when a little cash game brews up at the end of the tournament. We got a lot of action going in this hand. We got 2 people with King Jacks. And pocket 10s only calls.
Boy, a double nemesis sighting
How
here.
about this?
4-handed Guppy. Strongest hand with the pocket 10s. Let's see what this flop looks like.
And 2 clubs hit the board.
they'll administer the mushroom.
10s are still in the lead.
Takes the fear away.
I saw they're doing the same thing with ketamine.
I think Bob's going to bet this,
Very similar chemical.
and he does.
Puts 100 out there.
I think he called something else. He's going to go help himself to change. He made it 50.
Yeah, half the pot.
That seems like the wrong way to do it.
Hey,
Guppy's going to come along here. He is still in the lead. He's in the small blind with pocket 10s, and he does make the call. Nick now
my back, right?
also with the nemesis, but not suited.
Inmates.
He's got no
That's what
clubs.
killed that kid.
He's got
It
one
really did.
overcard.
What is it, relaxes? Does it
Oh, no, you can't do
Try
nothing.
to
about-
get
you can't
creative
do that. You
here.
can sell
No,
everything.
he's going to lay it down.
You're totally
So now we're going to go heads up.
paralyzed. And your heart
Lots of
rate
outs
goes
again for
Pretty much a
MGM
flip
Bob,
right
and
now.
that's not one of them.
Fatality, yes. The kid died
It
from
goes
it.
down to
The guy on
70-30.
That's what killed him.
Matthew Perry.
Oh, really?
Yep.
That's what he died from?
Yep.
Yep. And acute ketamine overdose.
And Guppy
Yeah,
checks
I
his
got it
pocket
on my
10s.
file.
He's
They don't
just
ever
not
do
too
that.
sure if
Usually
MGM
if
Bob's
you
got
know,
that queen, and he's
they
kind of
said,
opened
you
the
know,
door
you get-
for MGM
I
Bob to
said,
represent it
"Give
here
me
with a semi-bluff,
Fall
and
off
that's
the
what he does.
cash.
Yeah.
I don't know how it fall off, but
And Buddha, do you have a dispensary or do you just grow?
Yeah, it's a dispensary. Happy Buddha delivery. It's mobile.
Now Guppy's got to think it through. He's look at him just staring MGM Bob down.
Yeah, because my wife, I mean, she goes up to Michigan all the time to buy. I don't. I'm what they call straight edge. I've never done a drug or drank alcohol my entire life.
You're not missing anything.
But my wife likes to
He's
smoke,
thinking
so,
this
like,
through.
like
Talking to himself a little bit.
how old are you?
It's a tough call when you got pocket 10s and there's a queen on the board, and now there is a straight out there, and it's very possible somebody could have that.
But I can testify I was
I think he's going to lay it down.
Wow.
Yeah, he
Much
does.
needed pot here for MGM Bob, and that he
And
the,
Bob-
the
did Bob
10s
show?
are shown.
Nope,
But
he didn't show us good.
Bob does not show.
And I like that. I don't like showing unless you have an agenda and you are doing it for a purpose.
You and I are on the same page there, Mike. We've talked about that quite frequently here on the show.
I mean, every
show
once
or
in a
don't
while,
show.
you do it with a purpose in mind.
Right.
But these players have all pretty much played with each other before. They know the other's style of play. They have a pretty good idea of their ranges. And sometimes they just like to shove the needle in. I bluffed you.
Yeah. Marty Ball checking in from Pittsburgh. Always a pleasure, Marty. You're joining one heck of a game here tonight. 1-3 no limit hold'em, but we have had a lot of action We are not even 2 hours into this.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Cummings process.
Thank you for joining us.
I don't do it either. Everybody
Thank you,
else
Jason. Thanks, Kevin, for coming on. Stevie B,
call.
the other Stevie B.
Wait a minute. He can't be texting into the chat while
Yeah,
he's playing.
no, Stevie P in the Philippines, and it's already Christmas Eve there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so thank you very much.
Any Michigan resident can go 12 plants.
you were counting on a
Man, hell of a raise.
Chris Roberg, Merry Christmas. Thank you very much.
We've got 4 players going to this flop.
It's not prohibited in the law.
King Jack Nemesis. Denny says, yeah, I'll take top 2 pair.
Yeah.
MGM Bob flops a gut shot straight.
In the meantime, Gary
Open-end
is
straight for
open-ended.
Gary.
Yeah.
A lot of potential for this hand.
And Buddha has the
Bottom
moose.
pair.
About
Everybody's got a little something to look forward to.
for-profit system came out that's heavily regulated and very expensive. You gotta pay like $60,000 a year to be part of it.
Then he bets 40.
But then you're all legit. You pay taxes. Everything has to be tested.
Here he calls.
So it's highly regulated.
Here he calls with his open-ender.
Everybody's got a little something to think about.
Yeah.
That's the caregiver system. That's
MGM
pretty
Bob
much
says, nope,
unregulated. It's
don't like my gutter
still,
there. Buddha lays it down.
Yeah.
Bottom pair, no good. He was right.
So heads up to the turn.
Oh, and a straight makes it.
Yep, Gary gets there, and they go check, check. And now the river looks like a rag. It is 6 of clubs.
Now, how can I become one of those?
75.
Gary's going to bet 75. 2 pairs still for Denny, and he makes the call.
I got 2 pair.
And the 2 pair are no good. Gary hits the straight.
Yeah, he got in there, caught his draw.
Somebody's asking for a PLO stream. You ask and you shall receive. So a week from tonight, December 30th, our Saturday night live stream is a PLO cash game. Be sure to join us next Saturday. There's going to be a lot of action on the table. We already have a waiting list for that. We've had people signed up for that Saturday night PLO live stream for quite some time, had a full table. But we are starting to get people on the waiting list. As you know, with PLO, things can get a little rocky,
You
Mike.
talk about a hot action game. There it is.
Yeah, a lot of action.
And I made a comment about VPIP, and I see Marty Ball says VPIP.
Yeah.
Acronyms are one of those things that a lot of people just don't care for them. It's an acronym for voluntary player in pot. Basically, it says what percentage of the pots are you in voluntarily. How many flops are you seeing? And obviously, the higher your VPIP number, the more flops you're seeing voluntarily. And the lower, the less flops. So a little bit looser, a little bit tighter is kind of the indicator there.
Yeah, and kind of a small pot here. Stevie B, I apologize. I knew it was Australia. I misquoted. And again, I love having you chime in here from Australia. Merry Christmas.
I'm going to take one down.
He's going to take one down here.
Hey.
A much-needed pot. And so the chosen one, if you could please, Tyler, at some point give us the VPIP as well as the cumulative. We would appreciate that very much. Got fans wondering what the VPIP is, as we predicted. Stevie B is right at the top of that with MGM Bob. Tarantula Nick, not too far off.
And as you talked about, Craig hasn't really had a whole lot of hands to play.
No.
He's down there at 18%. That's pretty low.
It is.
And actually 56% is pretty high.
It is very high, yeah, 56. You know, if you're in that 25 to 35% range, that's a pretty typical range of somebody that's playing not too tight, not too aggressive.
Yeah, the pros will tell you, and the poker books will tell you that that's kind of the range you would like to be in,
right?
Typically, but it can always change. Hey, Buddha says, hold on here. I got a hand. Got a suited big slick.
25 more. Sorry, Tom.
And he raises. Stevie's coming in there with an 8-9.
Three-handed. Buddha looking pretty strong. Here's the flop. Rainbow.
Buddha does catch a got straight there for a jack. And a jack makes Stevie a straight. Boy, if a jack comes, watch out.
Heads up action now. And there's the turn. 7 of clubs.
That makes Buddha look pretty good.
It does. Now
Flush
he's got
draw.
a flush draw.
That's just a little less than half the pot.
And now an open-ended for Stevie B.
He just picked up some outs.
And he's going to make this call.
Tens pair up.
And that's no help to Stevie B.
No, but that's
It
going
could
to make Buddha wonder a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to slow down. And we've seen Stevie B put the pressure on and get aggressive. And
He didn't. Check, check.
he was reaching for chips, and then it was a pump fake.
Yep.
Decided to check, and now Buddha's going to take that pot down
Well,
and
Buddha had the
continue to
best-
climb back from his feet being in a hole.
He had the best hand, but I don't think he believed he had the
No,
best hand.
right.
And nobody hit.
Yeah, it's a too many outs problem.
Yeah.
If I get a gut shot, I hit it.
Right.
Yeah, so Marty, you're asking for the VPIP,
Yeah,
and
the
we just
neighbor
had it up
comes
on the
in.
screen
Yeah, the
for you to
neighbor
give you an
comes
idea.
Yeah.
It's just one of those interesting poker stats.
Thanks.
15.
Yeah, you did not miss a bet on the river. You saved money by not betting.
And now Tom's going to come out with a raise of
Check give
15.
you the opportunity to love.
Ace-8 in early position. That's an interesting
Stevie
raise.
B's going to make the call with all $1 chips.
Something the dealers just love, right?
Yeah. Buddha now 10-9 of hearts.
I think he's going to call,
It's
if not raise.
one of my favorite hands, 8-9. And the suited part.
He's going to take a look.
He was commenting on Stevie B's hand prior to that, the 8-9.
Ooh, 2 hearts.
And Buddha likes this flop. Low cards
Bunch of baby
and
cards.
2 hearts. Yeah.
Sure, he's going to call that. He doesn't think Tom hit any of that. And the hearts make it.
Wow. Check,
They
check.
both check.
Flush.
Buddha was hoping one of the king or the queen would have hit
Yeah.
Tom's hand since he pre-flop raised. Thought he might be able to get a little more value, but nice hand there.
Yeah.
It was definitely a situation where I think he was trying to disguise that hand
Me up.
and hoping that Tom would bet out. We haven't seen Tom make an aggressive move
No.
yet. He did make a bet with the bottom pair with the 6 not too long ago, take down a pot. He's been a fairly conservative player for this bunch so far. Stevie B really being the aggressor tonight, and it's been paying off for him. He really went on a run there for a while.
Yeah, I understood the check there, trying to give the other player a chance to bet out.
I get that.
I really expected him to
Started off
bet on the river when he with that flush.
Yes,
But he was giving the other player another chance. So
I think so.
that's two ways to go about it. Nick raises it up with a king 4 suited.
Make it $10. Stevie B's going to come along with Jack 10 offsuit. We're going to go heads up here. 2 players with really nice chip stacks in front of them.
And the jack hits. No help there for Nick. He's going to bet it.
25.
See that little sideways look
Yep.
Nick gave him?
Yes, I did.
You
I
got
did.
in there with worth cards and they hit again.
Yeah.
He sees the dynamic at the table.
Hey, and if you haven't done so, please hit that like button. It helps us out very much here. We're the Reserve, our Saturday night staple of the regular Joe Poker Show. 1-3 no limit hold'em cash game, and we've just seen a lot of action. This game continues to play from Saturday to Saturday as a bigger game than what you would typically see in 1-3.
Exactly right.
Yeah, and we've got a $10 straddle, $10 button straddle. Excuse me.
King 4 o'clock, I think that was one of the exact hands.
45.
No, I can't look.
And
I forgot
a
my
raise. with pocket aces.
Anybody
Let's
got time?
see.
I'm just curious.
Pocket 8s are going to call
Sometimes you can see
It's
it on the
or
7.5.
re-raise.
Thank you.
Yeah, out of that, just look.
There's a call. Gary gets out of the way.
745?
Stevie lays down his queen 8. MGM Bob, what's he going to do with his pocket deuces?
You know, earlier he had a chip stack up over 1,000, and then he ran into a tough situation,
He sure did.
and he was making these calls pretty quickly when he had that chip stack. Taking a little more time this time, pocket twos, but he's going to come in for 45. Buddha, king queen offsuit.
Wow, we are going to have a big hand here.
Yeah.
Almost $200 in the pot pre-flop. 5-handed, and aces do not like going against 5 players.
No,
I can assure
not
you.
at all.
And an ace
But-
in the window,
But
gotta love it.
and with the 2 hearts coming out, you got to kind of like that with the set of aces where you're going to bet and there's 4 players behind you where you're possibly going to get some action.
I like him betting out rather than trying to slow play
I
it and
do
get
too.
somebody else to bet.
I do too.
Buddha's thinking about calling with his gut shot draw here. He does have the king of hearts. Little does he know he's up against the ace. Yeah, good lay down there, Buddha. 9, 10, middle pair.
And he's
Good
going to
pot.
show the aces.
He shows them. Nice pot. Well, that was a big pot pre-flop. And as you said, this game certainly generates a lot of action. Much more so than a typical 1-3 in my experience, in my opinion.
Not only that, but we've got a very colorful table here tonight. We've got a very colorful main room. Buddha with the mushroom hat explaining that in Europe is actually a Christmas tradition. You go to Google or go to YouTube and look up the Christmas mushroom. It's an actual story. It's not something that Buddha just thought up on his own. And making it very interesting for our table here tonight. But we have a tournament going on for $30 buy-in, and we gave everybody a $10,000 bump in their original chip stack if they came in with an ugly or Christmas holiday sweater.
Oh shit. I got the rock here, I didn't even notice.
Just use it on the button.
Oh, we had a.
That's my fault, guys.
There we go.
Oh, you're a big blind, right?
Yeah, he's a big
I
blind.
wasn't big blind, that's my fault. Nope, sorry.
That's right, put it in there and take your 10 back. What's the difference?
Oh, no, I'm not, I'm the big blind.
He just wanted, he just wanted the
Yeah,
last
yeah.
one.
I see.
Yeah, no, sorry for the.
Okay, we got another $10 button straddle.
Everybody check.
It says, oh, good, I get to see a flop.
Wow.
One of your favorite things, Vic, 7-handed.
We saw this argument.
Gary with
Gary.
big slick gets top pair.
We got
Yeah.
this on film. There ain't nothing, there is no argument.
Open-ended for MGM Bob. They check around to him, and he's going to go ahead and bet this open-ended, $30.
Gets a call from the best hand at this point in time.
30.
Maybe.
Raise, 100.
Raise announced.
There we
So
go.
a check raise.
Haven't seen too much of that tonight.
We have not yet.
That may be the first one. It's another one of those moves in poker that definitely has its place.
And it gets just down heads up here.
100.
The board pairs, so I think Gary's proceeding cautiously.
GM Bob lays it down.
Instead of making a bigger bet, just another $100, but Bob lays it down. And a nice pot there for Gary.
Ace high, Gary?
Diamonds on the table.
Value that ace.
And I see we have a comment from my beautiful bride, Jacqueline.
Yeah.
She says, great job to both of you. Well, it's really Vic. I'm just kind of filling in. Merry Christmas to everybody, and shout out to Jacqueline. There we go, like Romper Room. She tells me that story all the time. There you go, honey. Shout out to Jacqueline.
So just give them the Buddha.
Yeah, eventually players start doing that.
Then you ain't gotta mess with it.
See what Gary does with his ace-10 here. I'm guessing a raise is coming. And he doesn't. He just calls.
It's 10.
10. I don't think it's ever been 3, has it?
There's a couple of hands.
Yeah, one or two.
Not so bad.
You can sense a little frustration from your GM Bob. He's just not getting much to play. And when he does play a hand, he's not hitting. But now we got a raise
I even said something
from seat 1. How about that?
He didn't straddle
Look
there.
at this
Glad I
move.
didn't because he didn't.
At 6 dudes.
4-6 takes advantage of the cutoff position.
Well, he
Makes a
takes
raise.
advantage of his table image right now.
Exactly.
Yeah. He has not been playing many hands. He ran into a buzzsaw early on, got felted, and has not seen really cards since. So taking advantage of, like you say, the position, but also his table image, and he's going to get 2 callers. So a nice pot of brew in here.
149 already. Let's see what the flop brings. And a 4-5 king. Nobody hits the queen. Pre-flop raiser catches bottom pair. Let's see what he does with it.
He's going to make a continuation bet, and I think it's
he
going to
has
work. Yeah.
Nobody else hit anything.
No. He doesn't know that, but definitely
Wow.
going to pay off for him.
How
And-
about that?
Yeah, and now we might see the winds change a little bit here. See if Craig can get some momentum going.
Is he going to show it? No. I don't blame him. He's thinking, hey, I tried to make a move and it worked.
Yes.
I love it.
Well, Jackie, I don't hear many people making the reference to Romper Room very often anymore. I am very familiar with that reference. As a matter of fact, I was on that show.
Oh, were you really?
I was.
Oh, how about
I
that?
was just a wee toddler, or not toddler, but I think I was probably first grade.
Wow.
And somehow they came to, went to St. Paul Catholic Church there in Park Ridge, Illinois, and they came and recruited several of us.
How about that?
Yeah, and it's barely a memory because I was so young.
Guppy just calls that button straddle. I think there's a button straddle. Pocket sevens and pocket fours, and we got the nemesis coming from Steve with a king jack. He's making a call and a big raise here.
Tom's going to bump this up now with the nemesis and make it $60 in honor of Dom, who's not with us tonight.
Yeah, thanks for
Out
letting me
celebrating
sit in your
things
chair,
with
Dom.
his family.
I'm honored to be able to fill his seat for one night. Thanks, Dom. Glad you could have a night out, night off.
And here we go, 3-handed. Here comes the flop. An ace in the window, 2 clubs.
That ace might slow everybody down.
Guppy's in a strong lead here with the sevens, but he's going to check it. Stevie B, he has been the aggressor here tonight when he can and when he wants to. So he bets this 45. Tom coming along with his runner clubs, but also gut shot.
And
Years ago, Craig, when we played
he
it
just
in
may
Big
think
Town,
his overcards are good as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
I always told him, I said, we could play this game with no blinds.
Over the 10. Of course, there's an ace out there, so if he hits a straight, that's great. But he might be thinking that the king or the jack is good also.
20 years,
And
yeah.
that third club comes up.
Yeah,
It gives you
now-
a slug draw, but it gives 3
Oh.
of a kind. Full
And
house.
check.
So I'm sitting down.
Wow, look at this.
I'm just sitting down, getting my chips ready, and I hear, "What are you doing here?" I'm in first one seat. He's sitting down over there
Pot size
randomly
bet.
at the area at the same table.
Right.
Yeah.
Just imagine if that had been the ace of clubs.
Oh boy.
Probably been 12 or 15
Then we would have seen some fireworks.
Yeah, I think we would have.
But every time I ever go to Vegas, I'm always running into somebody.
randomly run into somebody.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Stevie B now back up over 1,000, 1,500. He has been the aggressor. When we ran the VPIP earlier, we saw his name was number 1 on the list at 58%. Nobody's taken that title from him yet. He continues to come out strong.
And he's catching cards.
So we tonight, Mike, we've had Fort Lauderdale, Florida. We've had Australia. We've got Pittsburgh in the house. Where's everybody else at tonight? Hope you're warm and safe, and please stay warm and safe for the holidays.
No.
The weather here in Toledo, Ohio,
You just want it?
a little warm, no snow for the year, but I'm not complaining.
No, not at all. Nick's got the king jack, and he limps in with it.
Nemesis showing up again.
That hand, we've seen it a lot tonight.
We sure have.
It's sometimes in the same hand.
Yes.
Double players.
Double players, right.
Raised at 50.
And Grumpy here, or Guppy here, but he does look a little grumpy. He had a great start early on, taking down a big all-in. It's been a little slow for him since.
No, that's a pretty big raise.
But he's going to raise this up.
He makes it 50.
Yeah.
He says, I'm not messing around. I'll take those blinds. Get out of my way.
Good.
Got somebody from Brownstown, Michigan.
Where is that, Mike?
Brownstown?
Yeah. Do you know where that is?
Yes, it's not all that far over the border.
Oh, okay. All right.
Just wanted to be able to say I played in a $3 pot.
I thought, I was
Been a
thinking
Michigan
that.
guy all my life, and my bride and I moved here
You went way over.
to Sylvania last year,
Mm-hmm. Right.
and happy to be here. And the reserve is just one of the great things that has happened to us since we moved, to be able to meet so many nice people here and have a venue where you can come and enjoy common activities with people that share your same interest. And it's just a great place to play. It's a great place to be.
Well, and I think you and Jackie have kind of made, as you mentioned, not only friends here, but kind of made a home here. Your participation in the things that we do are greatly appreciated, and you're the kind of player that comes in that makes this, both you and Jackie, make this special. We like to call ourselves the home game. The professional feel with the home game feel. How do we say that? But anyway, that was I'm sorry to Tim out there if he's watching. I screwed up his tagline that he created for us.
We got a good hand going here.
Yeah, we do. Four-handed. Here we go.
With pocket kings. Stevie hits an 8 for middle pair. And he says, yeah, I'm going to bet it. Find out what happens. MGM Bob, you can tell he's just a little bit disgusted. He's not hitting much.
100. Raise to 100. Oh.
Here he makes a min raise, gets a quick call. 3 doesn't help anybody.
100.
Stevie's going to keep firing.
Gary's going to just grab a whole handful of green chips and say, here.
Here you go.
Here.
Here's what I think about your 100.
Yeah.
Make it 3 something.
Let's
375.
stop this nonsense. And it's a good thing he did, because earlier we saw Stevie hit a 9 on the river in a big hand against MGM Bob. He's going to make sure
he's in tough shape with 3 outs.
Yeah.
So he makes a good laydown. Nice try.
And Gary shows the kings.
It was a nice try to get that pot away.
Boy, because I thought you were going to raise again.
Yep. Thank you for saying so, guys and gals.
Yeah, like I said, not too far over the border. Frank says, yeah, I'll tell you where Brownstown is. Exit 29 near the Ford Mustang
Yeah.
plant. Yeah, I knew that.
We have, I'm sure, many folks here from Toledo that make that commute for that job. Rick Bonowitz is a friend of mine that was an IT guy that worked in that plant for a number of years. Didn't have to drive as far because he was in Lambertville.
Got the button straddle again.
Actually, Rick wasn't in IT. Excuse me.
No. 3 players to this flop.
But it did work there. Here we go. 3-handed. Couple
2
of
players
clubs.
hit the king, and MGM Bob hits a flush draw. This is going to get interesting.
Call.
Only a $12 bet. So now we got 67 in the pot. There's an ace.
Check.
Doesn't help anybody, but it does make Broadway in case somebody was on that draw.
And that's a good card for an aggressive player.
Yes.
245.
245 for that.
MGM Bob says, okay, time to represent. Nice semi-bluff there. That puts a little heat on Stevie.
Yes, it does.
You got a straight out there already and an overcard to the king. He lays it down. Very nicely done there, Bob.
Yeah, nice job. MGM Bob trying to find the right opportunities here to start to rebuild his
Boy,
stack.
And he did it against a guy that's tough to get him to lay a hand down.
Absolutely.
Right? If I were going to pick somebody I'd try to get to lay a hand down, it wouldn't Stevie wouldn't be my first choice.
Yeah. So the G-rated way to classify that would be moxie, right? Showing some real moxie here from MGM Bob.
That's a word you could use.
And here's the cumulative winnings now. Stevie B again, followed by Gary, Tarantula, Nick, and Guppy, all in the green. Continues to be a kind of a tough night so far for MGM Bob and Buddha, but you can talk about two guys that know how to work chip stacks back up again.
Well, they both got in some tough situations early and got down, and they're just trying to fight back here.
Oh, Frank, you're making me hungry now. Mancy Steakhouse, one heck of a place, really. The original Mancy's. Craig now under the gun, been real slow night for him. He's going to raise it up to 15 with the ace-10 of spades. Gary's now has got a couple spades.
Just weird, do you think? And it's nice so
And Stevie wakes up with pocket jacks here, so now he's going to make a raise.
75.
And I expect he's going to get at least one caller, if not two.
I was under 500, but I started even all the way up to 500.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
There's a quick call when he had the opportunity to do so from Craig, but I don't think Gary's going to find it. You never know. Maybe he feels like he's priced in after Craig makes the call.
Oh, he does.
And he does. Nice pot brewing here, three-handed. Poison Arm Paul at the helm.
Two spades. Right
Oh,
off the
a
bat,
jack.
and
Look
a
at that.
jack.
Wow.
All in.
Stevie flops.
Yes.
flops
Man,
his
this
set.
is going to get big here and messy.
Boy, oh
Craig
boy.
going all in.
Two players with a spade draw.
Man. 420. Paul gets the count here.
And Stevie, with the best hand at this point in time, gets to act last. How about this?
Yes, because if Gary makes this call, Stevie's gonna
Oh, he's going to pounce.
he's gonna pounce on it.
He's going to pounce regardless.
Yeah.
He already got Craig all in. There's no doubt in my mind that Stevie's going to call. And I'm not sure. Gary has 1,000. If Gary calls, Stevie may force him to go all in for his whole stack.
I was gonna come over to the other
Yeah, and,
Yep.
and Stevie just said that. He said I was going to come over the top of you.
I had no doubt that that's what he
Yeah.
would do. It's what I would do.
Yeah. Either way, now a $1,100 pot,
You wanna flip it?
and there's the outs for Craig. More outs now,
And a
and he
spade
hits
comes.
it.
Oh, I'm glad.
Wow.
Wow.
That was a big pot.
And Gary is patting himself on the back for not making that call because he would have hit the flush, but it would have been the second flush.
Nice second.
Nice.
And much needed pot there for Craig. Craig sporting the Santa Claus hat with the red nose.
We got Stevie B and my beautiful bride talking about romper room.
Romper room, yeah, I
Romper
see
room
that.
chat. I don't even remember that stuff. And I see there's a little comment to me in here. Where did it go? Somebody asking about Nick. Where was the comment about Nick? Oh, Kevin Horrick says, "Hey Mike, can you check and see if Nick shut the lights off in the Ranger? Thanks for your help last week." Yeah, we had a little battery rundown issue, and Pull out the jumper cables from the back of my truck. Always helps to have emergency equipment.
And Craig now might be on a little bit of a run here. Ace Queen offsuit. He's just going to smooth call this button straddle.
What's Nick going to do with his 4-8
Stevie
suited?
B now.
That's a raising hand for Nick. Nope, just calls.
That was a big dent in Stevie B's stack.
It sure was.
Check.
Check.
And we're 5-handed. Here comes the flop.
Craig gets his ace on the flop.
And I think we're going to see another check raise here. Craig just calling. Tarantula Nick saw there was some weakness out there. So he bet. And now Craig's going to bet. And a quick fold there from Nick. Yep. And yes, the momentum is starting to change here a little bit, as we often see in these games, Mike.
And you see that in a lot of poker tables. If you play tournaments long enough, sometimes it can be really slow, and you can not have any cards to play. And when you do have hands, the board doesn't hit, and then all of a sudden things perk up, and you start hitting your cards. And it's always nice when it happens later, especially in a tournament, than earlier.
Yes, exactly.
In a cash game, one hand's the same as the other. If you take a bad beat, you rebuy. In a tournament, one bad decision can put you on the rail.
X-Man Xavier's watching, says he hopes Stevie B can brush that off, and that's exactly what you have to do in those situations. And now he's got ace-jack of clubs, and he's going to raise it up. The nemesis again.
What does Denny do with King Jack? He's cutting out chips to call. And he does. He makes the call. Gary lays his 2 clubs down. So heads up action now. King Jack against Ace Jack. And a king in the flop. 2 diamonds. Nobody's got a diamond. But Denny outdraws him there with his top pair. Makes about a 40% size of the pot bet there. What does Stevie B do? Steve raises, then he says, I'm calling. Steve's in trouble, and he doesn't necessarily know it.
No.
That was an awful quick call from Denny.
Yes, it was.
That gives Ace-Jack some outs.
All in.
Denny going to go ahead and go all in here. Doesn't want the draw of the diamonds or the straight to take place. And
the pot was pretty good size already.
It was a very good size pot.
Take the chips and add them to your stack.
Yeah, and a momentum shift for Denny as well, who saw kind of a rough start here tonight. But he's starting to climb back up again.
And that just shows you got King Jack against Ace Jack. And you think, wow, the King Jack is dominated, and bang. One of those 3 kings comes out, and it just changes the entire outlook.
Poison Arm Paul living up to his expectations.
It's not always the best hand going in that wins.
That's right, Pat. Pat brings up a good point. And we want to thank everybody for joining us. Let's get that like button going. We're still close to 2 hours left to go. Plenty of time. A lot of poker action. We've seen some great action here tonight, as well as you can see some very colorful attire. And Buddha now, speaking of which, in the cutoff, ace-10 offsuit. He's going to raise this up and make it 40. Boy, a couple quick calls right there.
4 players in. Nice little pot.
Yeah.
Here, $140.
Check.
2 spades for Denny. There's the flush.
Yeah. And a momentum shift here for Denny.
Look at that little bet, 30 into a $170 pot. That's a pretty small bet.
Yeah, and I think what was going through
But he
Buddha's
takes it on.
head was, is this worth it? Is it worth me making a move here? And probably wasn't enough in the pot for him to do that.
No.
There we are in the main room tonight. This is a $30 buy-in, and this $30 at the table. And if you showed up with, somebody's showing off their pipes and their tattoos there. But if you showed up with a holiday sweater, you got an extra $10K added to your stack.
10 on C3.
Let's see, we got Joe Santos checking in from Florida. He and his wife Cherry are down there in Florida taking the snowbird route. So hello, Joe. It's good to see you. Say hi to Cherry. Thanks for joining in. Hopefully you're having some luck in the Bonita Springs poker room down there in Bonita Springs, Florida.
And Mr. Bob Enright joining us tonight. Hope you're doing well, Bob.
Hey, Bob.
Now look at this mix of hands.
Buddha hits an ace. Tom hits a king. Stevie doesn't hit anything.
Check all the way around, and now we go to the turn.
How about that?
1. Call. Heads up.
Yeah, there we go. Buddha bet the flop. I expected that he would. And at 10.
Check. Check. Ace. Ace. Good.
Quick hand here down to the river.
Sure enough.
And ace high takes it down, or a pair of aces with the 10s and a king.
There you go, Buddha, starting that climb back to recover his stack.
My name is Vic Gager. I've got the pleasure of having Mike Flynn in the booth with me tonight. Dom taking the night off to spend some time with family around the holidays. And this has been, so far, very active table, besides very colorful attire-wise.
You won't find a whole lot more action in a 1-3 game than what you're seeing here tonight at the reserve.
I just can't imagine how. I mean, it's a very good point.
You just got to love this game. Stevie raises it to 30 with an ace-jack. Buddha comes along with an ace-8.
And eights again. We've seen this. Tom has had, 8-6. I'm sorry. I thought that was eights. Excuse me. But he flops an open-ender for Tom.
25 total.
Continuation bet here from Stevie B. Couple of hearts on the board, but that really doesn't impact anybody, and the open-ender is going to make the call. And we're going to go heads up to the turn, and there's 8 outs.
47 to...
Check.
And that's not one of them, but that does help Stevie B's hand.
Sure does.
Even though he didn't necessarily need the help right now.
Well, it takes out all the heart outs for...
And he hits his heart, but he checks it.
Well, he's running pretty good right now. He's trying to make a comeback.
Yeah,
he tough beat he had.
He had his stack up at 1,500 or maybe a little bit more at one point after some big hands and after his aggression was paying off.
Yeah.
55 likes. Hey, we're 20 away from our next level of 75. If you haven't hit that like button, please do. Also, be sure to subscribe, and when you do subscribe, hit the bell, and the bell will give you indicators when we're going to live stream. Again, we are not live streaming this Tuesday,
15 to go.
and then next Thursday back to the No Knit Thursday, and a week from today. Mark it on the calendar. We're going to have a PLO cash game live stream. It's going to be a big, big game here a week from tonight. And here we go, three-handed going into the flop. Paul at the helm, and an ace right in the window.
25.
Nick gets the best of that. The moose for Guppy. He gets a middle pair, and it's a reasonable enough bet. He's going to come along. The deuce is no help, but it does put another club out there. Don't know if that'll scare Nick or not. We saw Guppy earlier take opportunities with Stone Cold Bluffs. See if he decides. Yeah, he's going to let this go. Mentioned Moose earlier. He was here last night. He was one of the 6 players that chopped our Friday night free roll. And that Friday night continues to be a very strong night here at the Reserve. 0 to enter with $20 and $30 re-entries right at the table. 6 players did a 6-way chop, $460 apiece. The potential, though, was first place, $1,500. Things got a little late, so they decided to chop. People had busy days planned for today, as you can imagine, for the holidays. But that's a night that you want to put on your calendar. Get here on Friday nights for the free roll.
Couldn't hear.
Oh, yeah? Not with the wife?
You know, I just stepped out into the main room for a second. And
Yeah.
The tournament that we're running out there, it's level 7.
Yes.
40 players have entered.
Uh-huh.
How many do you think are still in?
60?
30. No, that math
No.
doesn't work. 39 out of 40 are still
Wow.
in it. That surprised me.
Yeah.
Thank you, Santa.
Here we go, 3-handed here.
Should have called that. King 8.
And we just have seen a dramatic shift in momentum for Stevie B. He was just really strong the first hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, and things have changed for him quickly. So now we're going to go heads up to the turn. Nick and Buddha.
Buddha's got second pair.
Buddha's got bottom. Nick's got bottom pair. Yep.
But that queen's out there.
Put you on a hand, Nick. I can't. Forward.
Now that was interesting comment from Buddha.
Yes. Can't put him on a hand because Nick has really mixed it up well tonight.
He certainly has.
Oh, shit. We do have a 7.
And he's going to bet like he's got a 7.
I might have a 7.
Or Buddha might, so he's going to re-raise.
Thank you for the queen, but I don't know. I do not have a 7. I thought I had left hand.
You might have till the river.
Oh, these two guys are talking to one another.
Yeah, they are.
Some interesting table talk going on.
Want to see one? Either one, I'll turn it over. This one?
Queen 9, so you just said you liked 7, 9.
He offered to show one of the cards. Apparently, Nick picked the wrong one. Because if he had turned over the 7,
That's where you see the other one.
Nick would be long gone by now. And he's got Gary's interest now. Gary's dying to see what the other card is.
This one would have provided much more valuable information.
And that points out one of the differences in a cash game here versus the tournament. Tournament, you wouldn't be allowed to do that.
Yeah.
In a cash game, sure.
Finally got a donkey. We got a donkey.
Like we got a new player coming in.
He said pick the one you want.
If I pick a 7, if I pick the
There's 325 in the pot.
that means you have to
Dick's getting 3 to 1 on this call.
I like your line of reasoning, but it's wrong.
He's really thinking about it. With his little pair of deuces, with the ace kicker, give him 2 pair with an ace kicker. Is that going to do it? He already said he didn't have a 7. Of course, poker players always tell the truth, of
I
course.
say he's a good host, though.
It's small though, right? It's kind of tight.
I think I'm right.
Well, and if you were watching earlier the interaction between these two players, you can understand why Nick is taking his time here.
Yes.
Because Nick has been bluffing Buddha.
Yes.
And now Nick is wondering if Buddha's taking an opportunity to bluff him right back.
Right. And he finds the laydown. It's a good laydown.
That's a good laydown, but I understand why he was thinking about it.
Yep, and Buddha shows it. He says, yep, I had it that
Not on the
time.
button.
He said maybe I got it. You knew that beforehand.
Yeah, and sometimes you get that dynamic going between two specific players.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
I was trying to
one
get you to
player
The fact that you left me
remembers
pick,
what a certain player did to them.
Yeah.
They bluffed me, I'm going to get them back. I don't think Buddha's necessarily thinking that, but certainly the previous bluffs made him think about it, and made Nick think about, is he trying to make the same move on me that I made on him?
And we've got a $10 button straddle. We got a new player coming in. So now we're up to 10 players. Full table here tonight.
Cards in the box side by side. And don't bend them, because if you bend them, they might break them.
No, I think this is a first timer. And he's coming in. I'm going to go. Actually, I'm going to refill my coffee cup, and I'm going to see if I can get some information
Go right ahead.
on this player.
Got you covered. MGM Bob raises it up with an ace-10.
He's in the hand.
What would I raise?
Stevie calls with a 7-3. He had the button raise out there. Nobody hits anything. Deuce Jack 8. MGM Bob's going to continue with a little small bet. Yep, Stevie lets it go. And off to the next inning.
How about you? Gary. Gary.
All right, turn on the button.
So all the players are introducing themselves to the new player at the table. Dick's going to go see if we can get a little more information for our viewers here about our new player. In the meantime, he is in the game.
Just want to know who I might be giving my money to.
Got
Just let you know.
we got Tarantula Nick on the button with a button straddle. Buddha lets a 7-4 go. Craig sees an ace. Ace-9, he lets it go. And here's the nemesis from Tom. He's going to make the call. Gary's got a pocket 9, so a sense of raise coming here.
30 to go.
And he makes it 30. Nick's got an ace rag, but he's going to call. Defending his $10 straddle, and King Jack comes along as well. 3, 4, 8 on the flop. Nick hits his bottom pair.
Oh, no way.
Gary's still in the lead. He's got an overpair with 9s.
Did you know there's a game tonight here?
Let's see how he plays it. Makes a pretty nice bet there.
You're like, am I married
It's
to Buddha?
50 into a $100 pot, roughly. And Nick's going to take it up.
Just happened to be in the neighborhood
130.
looking for a game.
Raises to
Came
130.
to the right place.
Gary calls right away.
I'm here and it's now and
Well, we got a nice spot. 354, a queen, and 3 spades. That could slow things down for a bit, but it gives Nick the nut flush draw. 9s are still in the lead.
50.
Nick makes a pretty small bet there.
It's a 1-3 bet.
Kind of a please call me bet. Gary doesn't really like the queen or the spade.
I'll get the hang of it. Just a few couple of minutes and I'll see.
You'll do very well.
He's thinking it through.
I predict you'll do very well in this game.
50 to call into 400, and he lays it
I
down.
hadn't sent it out yet, but I was about to. I think it's a spade.
Oh, Nick shows him.
You guys want to see it?
Sure.
And it's going to be a little rabbit hunt there.
That's a good bet.
JP,
That
when you
50,
got this
50 makes you think you did it.
mandatory, you have to play it if you're under the gun or you're on the button. Otherwise,
It-
you just hold
Is
it.
that button
Buddha's
right?
kind of explaining what that rock is to our new player here in the game.
Yeah. For $10.
No, you say it's not right?
It is not right.
Otherwise it's a free straddle for the person that has the button and under the gun. Whoever answers, it's free.
The under the gun has precedent.
And there is
Yeah, rock.
the tournament
rock.
in action. You can see there are still 4 tables going, and they're pretty much full. So we've got a lot of players left in this
You can
tournament.
re-straddle if you like. If you re-straddle, it's 20. If you re-straddle, it's 30.
We went around to 40 the other day.
Yeah, we got to
15
40.
to go.
Tom's going to pump it up there.
I saw it.
Were you part of that?
Yeah, I was the 40.
Yeah.
Oh, were you there?
Get suited
And I went in there, they got it all in between
raises.
clean, and I
Guppy
felt-
behind him with smaller suited connectors.
hand,
He
Nick.
also
Oh, you were
calls.
running good. Eh?
Oh, man, I couldn't miss. I was- It was easy. When the deck hits you in
And
the head, it's
JP,
an
our
easy
new
game.
player, says, "Whew, I'm going to raise it up, boys.
80.
Welcome me to the game.
Figured
Here's
if you call back, I
$80.
still had a spade. 80 to go.
JP hails from Michigan.
That's tough to call.
No, there was a queen over.
You also had a 3 or an ace too that would have helped you out. So,
Picks a time to raise up basically when nobody's got anything. And he is new to the table. And typically, Mike, when you see somebody come new to the table, you aren't too eager to get into a hand with them with just a marginal hand. You want a little time to try to figure out what their style is.
Exactly.
You know, you try to sit down, at least I do, look around the table, and it's a Daniel Negreanu comment that you want to find out, is this guy tight, aggressive? Is this person just tight? Is this a nit? Is this a cowboy? Is this, you know, you want to try to get in your head a certain classification where you would put those players.
Sure.
So that when you start getting hands into them with them, you can put them maybe on a range or put them on a style of play.
Yeah, you always
And
like
when you get a
to-
new player, it's hard to do that right away.
You always like to put the other player on a hand so you can assess where you stand. And in that particular case, you got a new player coming in and making a pretty damn big raise, and nobody else really had a premium hand to play. They had
Right.
hands they wanted to play, but not a premium. Guppy pumps it up with his jacks here.
super dark humor.
And
So
his monotone is
Nick
what
lays
does
down
it.
his ace.
So if you can't take the dark humor, don't watch it.
JP coming along with Jack 10 offsuit,
Oh my God.
and now MGM Bob, pocket eights.
Raise 140.
There's a big raise.
140 total.
This hand could get interesting real quick.
The GOAT for my money, man. He's so good.
Like Brian Regan.
Regan's good.
It's going to go
Clean,
back and
but it's
see.
so hard.
Yeah, do I really have jacks?
Jim
What do I want to
Gaffigan's
do with
a
them?
Dude, that's really good too.
He's really good, yeah.
Got a 3-bet
Norm said
behind
multiple
me
times that, like,
and a new player that I'm not sure about. What do I do with my jacks?
just because it's so hard to be that good and be clean.
Yep. Oh yeah.
He's super good.
And Norm was doing weekend update when I was like just young and like just starting to get old enough to watch SNL.
Right.
His weekend updates were so good.
It looks like he just wants to call, and that's what he
Regan has
does.
this kid about getting on an airplane. So
Now that could bring JP along. Like I said, he's new to the live stream, new to us here at the reserve. Not sure how he plays, but he's going to lay that down. And I believe wisely so against these two players. And here we go, heads up.
he used to be the guy on SNL.
Now it's going to come down
That's what I was
to
saying, weekend update.
moxie.
That was-
Who's got the moxie
He was-
here?
Like, that was like when I first started getting old enough to watch SNL. He was doing weekend update.
A continuation bet.
This is hilarious.
And Guppy is behind in the hand, but still, MGM Bob gets him to fold. Guppy shows the jacks, and I don't think MGM Bob showed the eights.
Very nice play there, Bob.
Yeah.
Very nice play.
Very different.
Took advantage of that ace coming out on the board. He had a 3-bet.
Hey, we're close to 60 likes. Don't forget to hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen.
You watch his,
Jacks
Make
don't look so strong against an ace on
No.
the board after a 3-bet, do they?
No, they don't.
it's really cool, man.
And Bob knew that, so he took advantage
So
of
glad
it.
he
You're right.
recorded that, man.
He didn't know that the other player had jacks, but he knew he could represent that he hit that flop. We've got 58 likes. We've got 79 watching, so we've got a few people that haven't hit that button yet. Let's hit it.
Dolly Parton suited for Gary, 9-5 of diamonds. Stevie B getting a little impatient, I think, here with the Jack Deuce.
JP's got a pair. Let's see what he does. Oh, he makes a pretty nice raise.
55 total.
Ooh, can't play that 2-3. Stevie says sure.
Yep, Stevie wants to find out what this guy's about.
I got a suited jack. I'm gonna look him up. And of course, the jack comes on the board. and makes a pretty big bet. It's a tough board for pocket sevens. And he lays it down. Good lay down.
Yep, Stevie B trying to get some of that momentum back that he had earlier on. Quickly, he was up over 1,000, at one point 1,500 in chips. Then ran into a couple of really tough hands, and so you get this sense from both MGM Bob and Stevie B that they're going to play aggressive. They're going to pick their spots, but every chance they get, they're going to be aggressive to try to build back up again.
Pull cash out of your pocket, hand it to me, I'll sell them to you. I'll drop them for you.
Good info.
It just gets the game going a little quicker.
No, he's just
Not yet, I'm just asking.
Yeah, the players are trying to help out the new player about the nuances of this particular game, and that's one of the really great things about the Reserve Poker Club. You walk in, if you don't know anybody or you're not quite certain the exact structure of the tournament or how things are going, you got people like this that are going to very happily help you out and educate you and give you the right information and give you good guidance. So it's a great place to play. And as you can see, we've got some great action in this game. Buddha's got pocket queens, and he's been looking for a hand.
Crazy to me, they didn't have any Christmas.
Expect to see a raise.
Not big enough, they're little ones.
Makes it 75.
Oh, I went to Monroe.
I wasn't tipping, I didn't see any.
There's like a little thing, like a little remote to
Buddha,
it,
like you said, raises it up to 75 with the queens. And that's going to be
I don't think he's going to get any callers.
folds all the way around unless MGM Bob decides to get froggy here.
he shows Buddha, says,
And,
nope, I can't call you.
Yep.
My wife made that.
Yeah, Buddha shows at least one of his cards.
Next time I will.
But maybe like 30.
Next time I get queens, I'll just land. How about that? Good.
We got Jonathan dealing out the next hand here.
Alan, thank you very much for that comment. Thank you for coming out last night. Greatly appreciate it. That was our free roll. Tonight we've got a $30 tournament. We are closed tomorrow and Sunday. Merry Christmas, everybody. And we'll be back here on Tuesday. Tuesday night is a $100 buy-in, $5,000 prize pool guarantee. But the significant thing of Tuesday night will be the $100 hot seat giveaways every half hour between 6:30 and 10:30. We did this last year, had a great crowd for it, Mike, and pretty much expecting 100 people here on Tuesday night as well.
That's going to be a big crowd.
Buddha's got the nemesis here.
Tom flops a gut shot straight.
Chargers are up 3-0.
Here's Buddha, hits top pair, makes a little, just a little small bet.
Yeah, he could
That's
sense
enough.
that he wasn't going to get a call on
Yeah.
that, and he's right.
Chargers play Buffalo, right?
Yeah.
I thought the over 12, yeah.
That obvious bet is Buffalo.
This year, yeah.
You know?
It's too good to be true, it must be.
Right, right.
The NFL, you
I feel like Buffalo could score that on their own. I mean, the Chargers come off, was it the worst loss they've had ever?
You're big.
Raiders drop on 63.
Or maybe Pete is.
If we get, we're not scoring at all.
Yeah, let's
On the button.
All right.
And here we go with our next hand. Stevie raises it up. Not unusual. He's got an ace-8.
45.
Raise to 45.
Pocket Kings, MGM Bob.
3 bets to 45.
He is in the red for tonight, so he is trying hard to climb back up again. Good opportunity here for him with the Kings. Stevie B in the same kind of situation here. And now our new player, King 3 of clubs, he's going to come along. Opening his range up a little bit after just being there for a little while, and here comes the flop.
Stevie B hits middle pair against MGM, and he's going to make a big bet.
A big bet into a big hand.
That's $100 into that 130.
And a quick all in there from MGM Bob. He wants to shut this down. There's a straight draw out there. There's a heart draw out there.
A whole lot of draws.
A lot of draws. No time to be patient with the kings, and kind of a. Oh, wow! And a call here from Stevie B.
You did that last time. I checked.
We got a $1,200 pot.
And the last time we saw this, Stevie B did
He caught his draw.
He caught his draw.
You sound pretty raw about it.
9 on the
Let's see if he can have lightning strike twice here for.
As you can see from the board, he's a 3-1 underdog. 74-26, pretty close to 3-1, minus a percent.
Yeah.
540.
Yeah.
Still call. That's a nice pot. Big hand alert.
Two hearts.
Big hand alert.
There you go, Dom.
Big hand alert.
In your honor, Dom.
Call your brother.
Call your friends. Call your neighbors. Call your cousins. Here it comes. No help there. Runner, jacks.
Two pair takes it down. That's a big pot.
That is a big pot now. And now MGM Bob climbing back up out of a hole.
$1,200 pot in our 1-3 regular Joe Christmas show game.
Yes.
How about that?
And that might be it for Stevie B. He is getting up. I'm not sure that he's vacating yet, but we'll find out.
Hey, he's taking some bad beats. And he's been on both ends of it. He's
Yeah,
made some
he
calls
has.
where he was on
Yep.
a draw, and he was the underdog, and he actually hit.
And he's not leaving. He's re-upping here.
And he's had some hands where he was the best, and people drew out against him. That's just the nature of this game.
Good. Need ya?
$3.
I just wanna recount this real quick, make sure I didn't show you. So not, oh,
Quarter.
that one too. I was like, I thought I showed you.
Now Guppy, King 9 of clubs. He's going to raise it up to 25 from good position from the button. Back over to MGM Bob, who has some newfound chips, but he does not make the call. And just the blinds there for Guppy. 62 likes. Very nice. Thank you very much. Let's keep climbing up that like button count, and if you have not subscribed yet, please do. When you subscribe, if you hit the bell, that'll send you out notifications when we're doing live streaming. We will not be live streaming this Tuesday night. We'll have all hands on deck for our Tuesday night, December 26th, $100 buy-in, $5K total prize pool guarantee. But the big thing being for Tuesday night is there will be $100 hot seat giveaways every half hour between 6:30 and 10:30. Then on Thursday, we will be doing our No-Knit Thursday. But a week from tonight, Saturday, big news. We've been talking about this one for a while. We're going to have a PLO cash game. And we have quite a table lined up for that, as well as a waiting list.
Check. Check. Check.
Check.
Check's over. Check. 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 Check's around. That is 50.
Take cover. Danger, Will Robinson.
Call. Flush.
Stevie B now with the check mark. He's got the clubs. Going to get some of that those chips back from MGM Bob in that hand. $63 likes. Let's keep the likes coming. And I believe tonight's tournament has already just gone on their dinner break. So the time to get into that tournament, late entries, is over. We'll get another shot here of our live stream room, our main room, where we have, it's very colorful.
Wait a minute, I'm gonna put this in. I didn't look at it.
Oops, sorry, we have the rock. It was going in regardless.
Yeah.
We've got a $10 straddle courtesy of the Rock and Craig now. Pocket Kings. He's going to make the call.
This end of the table ain't been
I got to
doing
believe
shit.
in hopes that somebody might raise this up so that he can come back up over the top. JP now with Ace Jack.
That is
Somebody
40.
tells you they're already stuck down on it, well, it's there.
JP does raise, and here comes another
Yeah.
raise.
And just as kind of suspected here with the early action from Craig, he's going to 3-bet this now to 220, putting the pressure on JP.
Pretty bold move there.
Yeah, that's a pretty big bet. Yep. JP lays it down.
Couple aces.
And I just took a quick peek into our main room. The tournament went on break. We still have 37 players out of 40. Everybody seems to be enjoying themselves out there. They're doing a good job.
10.
And I see $10 out there, so we must have a straddle. Looks like a straddle from Buddha.
First X, C1.
And out
25.
comes a raise, makes it up to 25.
I think we're gonna go this way this time.
Call.
Guppy calls with his ace jack.
Go and get some rest. I don't
Stevie
really-
doesn't like his jack rag.
What game?
JP lets it go. MGM Bob comes in with his pocket threes.
Call.
Buddha gives it a call with a suited queen 4. He's got 4 players going to this flop. 101 in the pot already.
Check it.
What are they ranked up
Ace 5-8. Guppy hits his ace.
Six around 2.
No help for the 2 pocket pair hands.
65.
What are they ranking the 1-2?
I like playing this game with
2, 5, and 1, 2.
left, right, or center for your pick on the next flop.
And that hand goes pretty quickly.
What does that mean, left, right, or center?
When he flops it out, his left, right, or center, what if it's like a 5?
There's our
6,
cumulative
7,
winnings for tonight. You see 5 players here in the green.
Gotcha.
We have the rock and
Tom, Buddha, Stevie B
What if it's an ace?
now having the toughest, whereas earlier we saw this graphic and Stevie B was up at the top. So this, Mike, this game just ebbs and tides and shifts, and
It certainly does.
you know the ups and downs of poker is just part of the game.
And that's the nature of this game. That's one of the things that I think makes it so exciting for people,
King in the middle.
because you can
Oh, it's 10.
be down and things just turn around, and
Yeah,
pretty soon you can just start running over the table. But it also goes the other way, as we've seen,
yes,
where you can be well ahead, and sometimes when that happens, you want to change your game up a little bit and tighten up and lock it up, and sometimes you just want to keep shoving. It just depends.
40.
Get some action out of Craig. He's going to raise it up with a suited ace jack. Not much behind him. Guppy's gonna. Looks like he's cutting out calling chips anyway.
Is it 50 count that technology?
Yeah.
He's thinking about it.
See, they got no for 100. Call 50. Get that. See, they added on for 100. We have 3
And
handed.
Stevie B calls with his jack 9, so we're 3-handed going to the flop.
Oh, jackpot, $10.
King, queen, deuce. Nobody hits.
Max value.
Gives the pre-flop raiser a Broadway draw. A gut shot draw for Stevie B, and the 2 of clubs doesn't help anybody. There's a pair on the board. And a jack for Craig.
75.
He's going to bet it out.
Ace jack.
And the ace jack will take it down. Nice hand.
Buddha can change it out.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Craig's starting to
I
make a
owe you
little
one
push
on
here.
that. Buddha, can you, 20? Cheers, Buddha.
Here's your one. Yep.
I'm gonna take this one.
Nope, that's already good.
It's already there.
I put it. You're good.
And if you're wondering what those blue chips are,
Got a button shot.
those are the chips that the players use to tip the dealers. They do not use the chips, the red, the green, and the black that are live in action at the table, or the whites. Those are all betting chips. The blue chips are simply
Hold on.
tip chips for the dealers. Keeps things nice and legal.
Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, all
After watching that bad play in the dealer tournament,
Oh,
shoot.
you got, oh no.
all the
We
nits
tipped
out.
them.
Overlays
We all
down.
tipped double after watching how they
No, he dealt that deep.
Guppy doesn't have much
That's
to
what
call
they
with
do.
here.
I would play 95.
Here's got a 3-5 suited.
Yeah,
On the other table.
Yeah, it's only $10. I'll give it a look.
Going with 10 high on the river and being right.
Nick comes in with his ace-9.
Check.
It's kind of a free roll for you guys.
We got 3 players
I
to
mean,
the
sure
flop.
money, but it's over the year, right?
Yeah.
Queen, jack, 9. Nick gets the best of it, but
check.
it's third pair.
Good turn.
Now MGM Bob hits bottom pair,
25.
25 is a bet.
and he's going to bet it.
Call. Clear heads up.
Right shot.
And Nick calls.
Ooh, 2 pair.
Me too.
That puts a queen on the board.
I got a 7.
I got a 9.
That's good.
They check it down. Nick's 9 does it. Queens and 9s with an ace kicker.
Craig, you forgot to play your rock. So,
No, I won a bet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So when the button hits you next hand, you play it again.
Yep.
And there is a button raise coming. I see $10 on the button.
10.
Mr. Buddha says we're going to have a little button raise. And here comes the next hand.
Percent.
He didn't give me a gut shot. What I was thinking about.
I think if you hit something, you bet there.
Call to
Oh,
10.
why is it hard?
Drawing cheap or something.
No, this is.
I wasn't betting no more, that's for sure. I was done betting. I didn't want a gut shot to get there.
Nick picks
30.
up Big Slick and makes it 30.
10-0 Chargers.
Thank you.
JP's got an ace-5. He's going to come along.
They were big dogs too, weren't they?
MGM Bob comes along with a 7-jack suited.
Yeah, 12 and a half.
Buddha's got a 9-10. Says for 20 bucks more? Yep.
The
I'm
Chargers won
calling.
3, and they were still 12 dogs. Like, no, I bet.
And we've got 5 players into the flop. $154 in the pot already. 2 hearts.
5-handed.
The deuce 3, both Guppy and Buddha hit their 10s. Guppy's got the better kicker with a queen. And he bets 75. Pretty good bet into that pot. About half the pot. Nick says, I like the look of my ace-king, but I don't like the flop. JP's going to come along with a straight draw. Backdoor hearts.
Down to 3.
Now king of diamonds.
2 diamonds, 2 hearts. Nobody has a flush possible. Looks like JP's thinking about firing, but no, he backs off and checks.
Might have been a good spot for him to try to do that.
Buddha's thinking,
150. 150.
what do we do? He makes a nice bet into that pot. It's going to make Guppy rethink his 10. If he can get Guppy to lay it down, he's in pretty good shape. And he just has to avoid a 4 on the river. And we've seen this tonight several times. When Guppy's faced with a decision, he takes his time.
He does.
Figures out what he's going to do.
Yep.
And he says, you know what? I think I'm ahead.
And he's right. Quick fold there from JP, and now we're heads up going to the river. 8 is no help.
Doesn't change a thing.
King's good. All I got's a 10.
I got a 10 also. Queen high.
Kicker. You got kicked me. Nice 10.
And there's a nice pot there for Guppy.
Sure enough.
Much needed one.
Center.
Always centered.
As we mentioned, next Saturday is PLO cash game. We had a question about what the buy-in is for that. That is 200 to 1,000 with no match. That is going to be a 1-3 with a $5 bring-in. PLO cash game next Saturday night. Put that on your calendar. We've got a full table for that with a waiting list. So if you are interested in any of the cash game that we do here on the live stream, just call. Talk to whoever's there in the cage, because we've got the dry erase board right on the wall that shows who has signed up for which cash games.
And if you think there's action in this game, you should see the action in the PLO game.
Oh, no kidding.
Got that button straddle, and they got a lot of players going to the flop here. 6 players to the flop. This could be interesting.
Oh, I love this 6-handed. Couple of clubs.
Nobody's got the ace.
But Tarantula's got that.
He's got the flush draw.
JP now with middle pair. He's going to take a stab at this.
Nick for sure is going to call. And he does.
Heads up to a turn.
And we're heads up.
5.
Check.
Nick checks it a second time. JP's going to represent that ace.
105.
Pretty healthy bet into that pot.
I like this bet. He's, like you said, trying to represent the ace. He is in the lead right here. He knows that there's a lot of draws. And just how much of a read can Nick get here from JP?
Nick doesn't know he has 2 overcards. It's 70-30.
A little too much.
Little too much.
Let it go.
Yep. The right size bet to get a fold there, according to from what Nick said.
Yeah,
Victor, very much. Merry Christmas to you. Thank you for joining us. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. We're at 66 likes. Continue to hit that like button. We are the Reserve here in Toledo, Ohio. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays to everybody. We are closed tomorrow and Monday. We will not be live streaming on Tuesday, but we will be back on Thursday for the No Net Thursday, and then a week from tonight, PLO. Our fans asked for it, and we're bringing it to you.
Be careful how you set your cards down. You pick 'em up.
You just got to love the action in this game. It's really been exciting.
You almost do.
Clock.
Daydreaming.
No, wait.
So you've seen this before, where you could just tell on a player's face that they have no idea that it's on them, right?
Exactly.
And in a very friendly way and a comical way, the clock was called, but it was really just to kind of remind you, hey, did you realize you're in the hand?
Yeah, they knew he was.
Yeah.
They knew that was a
You
joke.
could just tell by the gaze.
JP's got pocket jacks, so he 3-bets it up to $70.
Gonna be my network tonight.
And Nick is going to come along here.
Yeah, he was the original raiser, so he's going to see the raise.
And heads up again between these two. We've got ace-10 of diamonds against pocket jacks.
Clear heads up.
JP's in good position here. Here comes the flop.
Check.
Wow, they both got a straight draw. Unfortunately for Nick, he needs one of JP's jacks to complete his straight.
Call.
The turn comes, a rag and a bet and a quick call here from JP.
Let's see if Nick continues the bluff. No.
Nope, he's going to check it.
Check, check.
Ooh, let me get 5 ones, will you please?
And the jacks,
Jacks hold up.
JP,
You were
a
daydreaming.
much-needed pot there for JP. Things have been a little quiet for him.
That's not really the kind of board you want to see with pocket jacks in your hand. When you got the king and the queen up there.
10 times cost.
Especially against a pre-flop raiser, you got to think, did they have one of those cards? Did they hit it?
And if you're just joining us and you're wondering about the attire, little story there between the regarding the mushroom hat for Buddha, who's always giving us, educating us on the important things in life.
15.
And this happens to be a Christmas tradition in certain parts of Europe in the old days, the Christmas mushroom. Google it, you will be entertained. Nick now diamonds again, queen jack of diamonds. This time he's going to 3-bet it up to 40. MGM Bob, eights, makes the call.
Call.
Guppy wanting to see some action. He's got sixes. He's going to make the call. And we're going to go four-handed to this flop. Jonathan, our favorite southpaw, here it comes.
And the sixes triple up. Flops a set with 3 spades on the board.
Check all the way around and another spade, but nobody's got spades. Unfortunately, Guppy has got to be worried about that. He's got to see where he's at here with these sixes, so he bets it.
About half the pot.
Makes it 85.
Nasty flop for a set of sixes.
It sure was.
Yeah.
He says nasty flop for a set of sixes. But you know what? You got to give him credit.
I don't
That
even
fourth
ask
spade
anymore.
comes on the turn,
Yeah.
and he bets his set just
Yes.
to find out where he's at.
Yeah.
That was a hell of a play.
Yeah. And if he checks that, he's got a couple players behind him, in particular Nick, who wouldn't mind kind of taking a stab at that.
Not at all.
So
Everybody
that was
shows
a
weakness.
very good play. I agree.
Let me represent that I got that flush and get a better hand to lay it down.
You just can't use the freebie. We have a shadow for 10 from under the gun.
Some people would have that hand and be afraid to bet into the 4 spades on the board, but that was a very nice play.
Yes.
MGM Bob calls with an ace-3 suited. Buddha's got a
5-3.
3-5 suited.
Yeah.
Let's see what Craig does with his 3-6. He has a very similar hand. He says, sure. Look at these suited hands.
Boy, look at this.
Spades, 2 clubs, and diamonds.
Callers all the way around. Who's going to be the first one to push here?
I don't see any
Is somebody
hands that
going
are
to
gonna
push?
Could have been 100. Everybody would have folded.
And a 6-7 suited. Oh, my goodness.
Actually have good cards though, so
We might have a family pot going here.
Yeah, just
Nick takes it up.
Yep. Who'd have thought?
Well, he's got pocket kings.
Oh, and he's got kings. Okay.
I would hope so.
I would hope
With
so.
all those limpers?
Yes. Punish the limpers with the kings. Raises it up $100.
And just based on his position, he may well have some of these other players thinking that's exactly what he was trying to do, punish the limpers.
So far, nobody's taken the bait. We're coming along. Oh, and he does get a caller. Stevie B now, ace-4 offsuit. Here comes the flop. A couple of spades. And Stevie's going to see where he's at. And he's going to bet 200 here.
Here goes Nick's deck.
I agree. I think that's what's going to happen.
He's going to slow it down, make it look like he's thinking about it.
Yep, and there it is. You were right. Pushing all
he
in.
Immediately was going to push all that in. He just wanted to make a little hesitation to get Stevie to think about it.
Yep.
That's my read on what he just did.
I agree.
Nothing versus nothing.
And Stevie lays it down. But he had a lot
Buddha's trying to get Nick to show what he's got. He makes the comment, nothing versus nothing.
Well, players will make that kind of comment just to entice somebody to show their hand. Like, hey, you think I had nothing, I'll show you.
And he doesn't show. That gets the banter going there on the table. We got a dealer change. Here comes Nicky.
That's definitely one I'm going to bookmark. I want to see. I want to watch this back later. That's one I'm watching for.
You're welcome, Nick. Oh, you're doing it anyway.
But I agree.
I am first straddle.
I had a friend one time that said, don't
And
think
with
you
all the
wouldn't
talk,
make
like,
it.
fuck, it's gonna look exactly like, it's gonna look like I'm squeezing.
What'd you have?
I can't.
Yeah, so they're getting a little chance to listen to the player chat.
Only when it's the back
Well,
button.
anytime. Under the gun is always over the button.
Under
Yeah.
the gun?
And Mike, it's that time of the night when Dominic and I call out 1 hour to go, which means we are going to see the power hour. And typically what we see in this last hour of the live stream is the bet sizes increase, the ranges open up, players that have taken a hit throughout the night now are going to try hard to make up some ground. And it's nothing official. It's just something that seems to happen naturally.
Kind of happens, yeah.
Kind of happens.
Raise. 45.
Yeah, Kevin, I'll get that for you. And just as we call out the power hour, Stevie's going to take the first step in creating that that increased bet size and opening up the range. 6-5 of diamonds, raising it up to 44. No callers, and he takes that down.
Actually, that hand has pretty much been in his range all night long.
Yeah. So chosen one, we're asking if you could give us a chip count again real quick. And then at some point, I think folks would like to take another look at that VPIP and see if things have changed at all since the last time we looked at it. So when you get a minute, if we could have that cumulative, maybe right after this hand, if you could. Oh, there we go. You ask.
Yeah, that's the financial benefit. But
Our viewers ask, and you shall receive. There is the chip count. There's the cumulative.
criticize this room for anything.
Where you live here?
I live 2 minutes away.
Oh, really? You're here
Got a $10 button straddle here.
In the winter I am, like summertime I'm on the golf course.
Now over to Craig. He's got ace-jack offsuit.
I was supposed to golf today.
The only thing that I
golfing
thought
today?
was bad.
No, I did.
Was the 2
Only because I knew I was
bathroom.
playing here.
But that thing runs
I
efficient
don't,
shit
I don't
too,
go to
man.
the
You can
casino
just
and
walk
play
in
the
hand.
cash games.
No, you don't always hear.
Fuck the casino.
Craig's going to raise this up now to
That's
20.
Hollywood, I
I
think
think
In really big tournaments, there's a bit of a
Dominic, all
line.
these guys are from the casino.
Just bring bottles
Not
and
all.
keep them in.
Now the nemesis,
No, everybody's nice here.
and
Truck driver, man.
close to an all-in. A big raise here now
To California,
75.
from Stevie B.
loads of weed.
Yeah, he kept a couple black chips back.
He's
He made it.
raising into a stronger hand, and Craig's just going to make the call here, and we're going to go heads up to the flop.
I think we can expect an all-in from Stevie no matter what.
Check her back. Check.
And
Flops 3 of a
And he does go all in with his final 200, and a quick call there from Craig.
You and I, maybe that's my retirement job.
10 gives him a
Closer to
straight.
Toledo than I am.
Oh,
boy.
wow.
This feels more Toledo.
Wow,
Ace is
look
full.
at this.
I'm about to retire. And,
Stevie B hitting the best of it with his king.
That'd be
He had
interesting.
2 aces and he had 4 cards for a
I mean, I
straight.
don't
Yep.
do
He
it.
beat the 3 kings on the flop.
No, I mean,
And if Dom were here, we would be hearing long and loud about
Why you don't
the,
play the nemesis.
why you don't play the nemesis, the pitfall of the nemesis, and there is certainly a
that's not
case
bad.
I was gonna say,
for that, a data
Right,
point
right.
to use
No, I
to
worked
support
security
Dom's
for
theory.
and then I went to-
He believes it to be the worst hand in poker. And he's not with us tonight. He's celebrating the holidays with family. So we got Mike Flynn here. It's a pleasure having you here tonight, Mike. Mike?
Thanks. I'm honored and privileged to be here and sitting in Dom's seat. Dom, glad you're enjoying the night off. And Vicky, it's just it's an honor to be here with you and call this game.
Thank you.
You guys are the pros. I'm just kind of filling in.
I mean, well, not 50,000. I'm not dealing with her anymore.
I can hear
$50.
holy shit, you have 50.
Dom raises it up with his ace jack to $50.
$50.
Keep seeing that hand. Ace jack has popped
Yeah,
up here
that's a
quite a
big
bit.
pot. A big bet. He was going out here for a minute.
And now Craig's made quite a turnaround here. He's been felted twice, but he's back up in the green. Newfound chips, and he's going to lay that down.
I play in a group.
And a much-needed pot there for Craig.
Thank you.
I play South Toledo mostly.
And there is our VPIP, our highest VPIP of the night, Stevie B. Exit the scene after getting a great having you on there, but without Stevie B, we got MGM, Bob, Tom, and JP at the top of our list. Craig, Guppy, and Denny down there. But still, if you're in those mid-20s, 27% is not what I would consider necessarily a nit. It might be a nit for this table. But we have just seen a lot of action. The VPIP definitely translates into the action that we've seen tonight.
Oh, for sure.
Take 3 days there and 3 back. So I'm on the road for a week, and you
I
don't
made
want
the
to
drive.
stop.
I made that.
Guppy now,
You don't want to stop anywhere.
pocket
So,
fives.
Mexico?
And I think we've seen him with these fives once before. Jack 9 offsuit in position for JP, so he's going to take advantage of his position as he's going to raise this up. He senses some weakness.
No, I took 80
Back over to Craig now with Queen 10.
to Colorado.
He gets out of the way, and Guppy, I think, is going to come along. Just another 30 to make this call.
He might be thinking about raising here.
There is actually a higher.
40's the lower route, yeah.
Yeah, well, 10 is
Oh, yeah, I don't
is a
even-
very low route.
Yeah.
Then 40.
You go through Barstow,
Then 80.
Just calls.
Yeah.
or is it in Barstow?
Went through Barstow.
Yeah.
Hopefully this is not
Victorville.
something that you do
Victorville,
now.
yeah.
You're giving all the
Real
information to the popo.
JP hit second there with the jacks, and of course, if you don't catch a 5 on the flop, you're pretty much going to get overcard, so your pair of 5s isn't going to look that great.
I got picked up in Reno on run number 27.
Continuation bet here from JP. A nice size bet into that pot. And Guppy quickly folds.
Yeah, good lay down.
You mentioned something that I wanted to talk about, and that is
Imagine being
Guppy's cadence. So he seems to do the same thing every time. He'll put a bet in, there'll be a raise. He looks down at his hand,
Oh,
puts the hand back into the box, and then makes his decision.
Right.
That decision isn't always to call or raise, or it's not always the same.
Correct. I agree.
But it's the same move every time.
Goes through the same process.
Yes, the same process. And if you're new to this game or newer to this game, that's something to take note of. Pay attention to your table image and pay attention to your cadence, because it can be a factor, particularly when things get close.
It certainly can, especially if you react the same way in similar situations.
Yeah.
The one person in Russia, they transfer you face down. You got to go face down.
Buddha's got a pair of kings.
Now he's
so
got
let's
kings.
see what happens.
Oh!
Buddha.
Being a little nonchalant there with his kings. We got a limp pot, $9 in the pot.
Just look what the war that's going on.
Smallest pot of the night so
And he
far.
flops a set.
And he flops a set.
If Guppy's got a 9, Craig's got a king. Look at this. They all got a piece of
He
it.
didn't say that, Nick.
I was thinking the exact, I was like, man, heat are cool. And
It's a rainbow board, so the Buddha's going to elect to just smooth call here. We still have 3 players going to the turn with a 2 of hearts.
Then you show me, it's like,
And now
Pair for
Craig has 2 pair, a check.
Wow.
yeah, be careful.
that was a fun day, man.
Yeah, it was. It was. You won that, didn't you?
I did.
And we went from
I
$9.
think Guppy's going to get away from this.
No, I gained a lot of
No,
respect.
he's not.
No, he's not. He's going to come in.
Wow.
And
I didn't know you before.
now there are 2 hearts on the board. And let's see if that changes Buddha's approach with his set of kings. And it does.
Yes.
He's going to raise it up now.
Now
Oh
is the
no,
time
this
to
is a
raise.
and a quick call.
Wow.
Wow, Craig almost beat him in the pot.
Well, he's got 2 pair. What's he going to do?
Let's see if this third heart slows
that
things
might
down.
slow one or the other of them down.
You want to see one?
What are you doing, bouncing them?
Yeah,
300.
Yeah, I do.
there you go.
Oh,
Buddha's going to come out with 300, and
I'll
unfortunately,
take a colder one.
You got it.
Here.
Craig just might be making this call.
Just a little less than half the pot.
It's not.
And I'm still impressed with how quickly this pot grew from $9.
From a limp pot with
Oh
pocket
my
kings.
goodness.
And he lays it down. That heart, if it wasn't a heart on the end,
Yes.
I think he makes that call.
Right, right. That heart kept Buddha from getting called there.
Thanks, buddy.
He's trying to get some more value into that pot.
No, you didn't.
Well, and you got to respect Buddha's bet. He flops the set, and as the hand plays out, hearts come, and he's got somebody calling him all the way. Got to make you wonder if somebody was on a heart draw. So, speaking of heart, it's a lot of heart to make that $300 bet there at the end.
Yeah.
Hicks top set.
It was the first time I've seen it all the way around to $3 and someone has kings.
We're at 70 likes.
Straddle on the button, 10 to play.
We got about 45 minutes to go. I know we can make 75. Can we get to 100? If you haven't hit the like button, please do.
You're supposed to do the right thing.
$10 button straddle.
The other 20%, you're supposed to do the other thing. And limping with
those-
kings is the other thing.
With those prophetic words.
Then he's got another pocket pair.
Gary, I quit
You got a
playing.
raise.
We've seen a lot of 4s, 5s, 6s.
Yeah.
Golf season.
Well,
Speaking of, there's
Speaking of the
4s.
devil, there's 4s now for JP.
You go to Florida?
Buddha,
yeah, but now
Jack 3, he's just going to check his option. And we got 7 players coming into this flop. Nikki gets the pot
7 players.
nicely arranged, and here comes.
You love these 7-player hands, don't you, Vic?
Yes, I do.
And 6s hit for a set right off the bat. 2 diamonds.
45. Morgan.
He's not messing around. He's going to put a bet out
I
there.
played the tournament.
Guppy hit a piece of this with his 7.
Got in a big one, had about like 400 people. And
And he
finished
calls.
23rd.
Makes money.
Gary gets out of the way.
So top everything.
4s get out of the way.
Wait, it's that tournament. At first, I thought we were still
I got
talking
that. I
about
got that. I got
Buddha gets out of the way. So does Tom. So now we're going to go heads up.
I was kind of
Checker back.
Queen's pair up. Makes a full house for Denny. He's got to like that.
Yeah, I think he ended up winning the tournament, actually. He's almost at everything.
Took your money and ran with it, huh?
Denny is just hoping.
Boy, if they got a deuce.
Guppy's got a queen.
You wouldn't have liked the end of the story.
Guppy has not put Denny on a hand yet.
Just said it. I said it, yeah.
The deuce should have no impact here. $100 bet.
Even though it pairs up Guppy's deuce makes no difference. He already had queens and sevens, so the deuce matters not.
I mean, you can be hot 1 minute and
If Guppy called before thinking his queens and sevens were good, what does he do now?
You go from
That's a really
gambit
good question, Mike.
yeah,
You don't know why.
yeah.
The pot was 260. There's a $100 bet into it.
You just gotta be able to weather the storm.
Yeah.
And as you mentioned before, he went back and checked his cards again, and now he's thinking it through.
You gotta play.
And this feels like a curiosity call if he makes the call.
Running bad is it makes you run bad.
I think he is confused by what Denny might have. And he does make the call. He wants to see it.
I hardly ever played tournaments. I didn't like tournaments. And now
And quickly
I play-
dips his head in disgust.
I really think he thought his
So I
queens
had
and
to
sevens were
give a
good
mindset.
when he called on the turn.
People are more aggressive in
He
tournaments.
thought he was ahead at that point in time.
You can play a 3-5.
Well played by Denny.
It's how you play it, like you said.
He got a lot of value out of flopping a set and then making a full house on the turn.
And then when the queen hit, I figured out what I was worried about the diamond.
Unless there's four to a suit.
And then when the queen hit, I was
Four
like,
to a straight.
I was saying,
Then you can bluff.
We got another button straddle.
You know, good players are.
I thought I'd see the other.
yeah.
But the problem is with the blinds going up, you
Ten to play.
can't make a big layup.
10 to play. It's a $10 button straddle
Those big hands off of
from
them.
Craig, sporting the what he calls the Santa Claus hat.
The worst part about the tournament is the last 20.
Because where he comes from, Santa Claus does have a red nose.
Because the blinds go up so fast in the end. All of a sudden,
JP
everybody
now
thinks
with
that
the nemesis.
There's no more poker anymore.
He's going to raise it up here.
Flip a coin, flip a coin, flip a coin. You know. How many times do you
MGM
flip
Bob
win?
quickly calling. As I mentioned before, he does not like being out of hands for very long.
But they gotta do
He
whatever
likes to
works.
be in the action.
Coming up. Buddha's going to call with his ace-8. Craig's got pocket aces behind him all.
I do.
Oh, yeah, they're good.
What a great time for aces on the button straddle.
So I'm expecting a 3-bet.
Ah, this is like a dream come true.
Oh, can't go back and grab.
Whoa, yeah, there you go.
Did, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear. 250, yeah.
He announced the bet 250,
250.
which is when you can go back and grab more chips after putting some out there.
That is a really big re-raise.
Yeah, it is very big.
Oh. Good bet, buddy. How you call with that crap?
There we go, stole another one.
You went from cold to hot. You kicked your buddy right out of here.
Good point, MGM Bob or Gary. He went from cold to hot.
He's not feeling bad about it.
No, he's not.
Did you notice one of the players said stole another one? And comments like that are designed to try to get the player to show their hands. So
Yeah.
they can get information.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, you read me wrong. I'll
Yes.
prove you wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't
Yeah.
steal it.
Yeah.
But it's really designed to get information from another player.
Absolutely.
I believe.
I believe too. Some of these comments after a hand are definitely telltale.
But you know what? Anytime you can get information, it's a good thing.
So valuable.
Information is power.
It's so valuable.
Especially in this game.
Yep.
So the more information you get, the better.
And I like this. I like this position bet back to back.
All in.
People are limping
Oh,
in.
boy.
However, he bets right into aces. He can still get away from this for a minimum amount of money. But an all-in from Tom now.
Was it 40 to 300?
209.
Folds all the way around back to Craig. And he does get rid of it. Gets out of there.
Yep, good lay down there.
Yeah, Tom is not going to show. He has not been showing tonight.
Tried to
It's
take
kind of his
advantage of
MO, his
position.
choice, just like you and I.
Yeah,
Yep.
Tried to take advantage of his position. He ran into a big hand. He didn't have that much into it where he had fold equity. Just get away. I tried. It didn't work.
Right.
That's your small? No, I'm talking about the card. I'm blind, I'm blind.
Three to play.
No straddle this time. One of the few times that there has not been a straddle either on the button or under the gun. Nick is going to call here. Just limp in with the Jack-10 offsuit. Buddha now raising it up with the Queen-10 of spades, making it 15.
There have been very, very few limped pots for the $3.
Yes.
Very few.
Very
I could
few.
probably count them on one hand.
Yeah. The action's been fantastic here tonight. Four-handed. Going to the flop, and here Nicky's going to put that out for us.
Check or bet. Check.
Buddha hits his queen.
55.
MGM Bob, middle pair, is going to bet this out, and this is just going to be a call here from Buddha.
Heads up.
Heads up action. Here we go.
Just two heads up.
55.
Now that's going to give MGM Bob a gut shot.
He makes the same bet with the same result.
Check or bet.
Check. Queen. Queen's good.
And they check it to showdown. The queen is good. And Buddha, as we foresaw somewhat, his ability to come back after having a rough start.
Oh, I should have been in there with board.
And he's definitely climbing himself a wee bit out of that hole that he was in.
Well, I gotta put some money in.
These guys have played together so many times.
Yeah.
But to make an example of what we were talking about, information's power, and I was talking with my bride about this the other day.
Don't remind me.
In a situation like that, if the other player is obligated to show their hand first, I'll make sure they do before I show my hand.
Yeah.
And some people will say, oh, you're slow rolling. That's not true.
No.
Bend to play.
I'm entitled to the information, and I want all
Absolutely.
the information I can get.
Yeah.
And they're telling each other what they had anyway. But
Yeah.
if you don't know, or if you're entitled to information, I say, why not get it?
Ace King of Diamonds for Buddha now. Expect a raise. And he's going to take it up to 40. Craig might have been poised to come in for $10 with the Ace-6 offsuit, but this time he's going to fold it. Coming back around to Gary. Got a call from... Got a call from
Suited
Gumpy.
Connectors? No, he lets it go.
Gary, Queen-Jack of clubs, he's going to come along. Nick gets out of the way. JP wants to look this up.
Wow. 5 players.
He's got the Doyle, does JP.
We got a $200 pre-flop pot here.
Man,
5 players.
5 players.
This one could be big.
Check or bet.
Wow.
Nobody
Now let's see
gets
let's see who has the moxie. They check it around.
Check or bet.
Check.
Now MGM Bob's got a gut shot.
Yes.
Besides having the best hand.
225.
$225.
That's a nice bet.
That
A little
is.
more than the pot.
Wow, and a quick call here from Buddha.
Buddha thinks his overcards can get him there.
Hilariously.
Heads up.
Heads up to the river.
And the king hits.
And he catches up.
Kings and sevens with an ace.
What the fuck, man? Fucking call that bet.
How do you call? How do you float with an ace king?
Oh. Not only do these guys play a lot together, but they definitely try to get each other's goat whenever they can.
I should have called. I had 7-8 suited. I don't know why I didn't call there.
How long is that?
I was very upset. Even after I folded, I'm like, I should have called. And then the flop hit. I'm like,
And it's hard to tell if MGM Bob is directing that to Buddha or is just talking to himself.
Straddle.
Oh, he's talking to Buddha.
Yeah.
Thank you. I didn't see it.
Even if it appears he's talking to himself, Buddha's right next to him. Buddha can hear him. He's talking to Buddha.
More action.
If I bet the river, you call?
Just the rules.
Yeah, I know some places do it, some places.
10 to play.
I don't call when I know I'm behind. Playing good. Do something. Playing good.
Buddha's got a 7 deuce, known as the worst hand in poker. Yep, he lays it down. I could have predicted that.
Yeah.
$10.
Tarantula Nick's coming in with a king 10, and JP is going to call.
Five players.
We got 5 players going to this spot. $50 pre-flop.
Check. Check. Checking out. Check, check. 4 players now.
Nick hits top pair, checks it down.
15.
Huh. Now he makes a little bet. See if everybody's got that.
3 players.
Gets 2 callers.
Check.
Problem with playing with your friends.
25.
I agree.
100.
And Denny makes it straight, so he's going to raise it up.
If I missed the river, he'd have been happy I called. I thought I was good.
Help me, I don't think you
That Tom it makes Tom 2 pair, and he says, "You know what?
You know, like he'd have bet 75.
I think I'm beat."
Probably would've
Nice lay down there, Tom.
Buddha like an overbet, like he was bluffing. Or betting
The
the draw.
betting stayed pretty mild that time. Let Denny get a chance to get in there and catch it straight, and that is what he did.
No, I got retired.
I think I flipped that check down the dark there.
Or next year, I've got such a.
Easy job. I don't
Well,
say it.
Yeah, I mean.
Enjoyable job that you don't want to
Yeah,
quit.
well, I'm incarcerated, but I mean, I'm attached to this building every day.
Straddle on the
I
way.
gotta go in every day.
Uh,
Every day.
Or golden hour now.
Yes, the power hour
So watch it happen now.
coming down here to the last half hour.
That's awesome.
See who wants to get
10 to play.
froggy.
$10.
Who wants to put up increase the pressure? And I would say that that's a little bit opening up Tom's range right there, calling with Queen 7 offsuit.
Yep, agree.
Or you.
Three players.
MG and Bob still a little bit on a boil here.
Check, check.
Nobody likes that flop. MG and Bob gets a jack. Says, "Yeah, I think I'm good. Nobody bet the ace. I'll take that little pot." Yeah.
Your callus is on the outside of your hands right here, because you do this all the time.
She's got soft hands.
You know, I get, this knuckle, it's sore from folding like that.
Thank you.
It's a rough life.
Fold too much.
Buddha's having a little fun.
He is. Well, he has fun every night he's here on the live stream.
Now I'll pick them up.
Things you do.
Buddha's not necessarily known for folding a lot of hands.
No. Which made it a pretty good joke for this group.
And I think that's why he made the joke that he did. Ace 9 coming in for a raise. Gary's backed off a little bit and tightened up.
He has. Yes, he has. And the Dorothy here, Queen 3 of hearts. Nick is going to come along.
So jingly, Denny.
So we got 4-handed going to this flop. Little something for everybody.
Buddha's sneaking in with a 7-8 there.
Oh, yeah. My wife was just like, yeah, absolutely, you have to buy that
2
one.
diamonds hit the board.
That's a good sweater though, man. That's a good sweater.
Nobody really hits anything.
No, but Guppy was the pre-flop aggressor, so he's going to make a continuation bet here of $55, and that's going to go all the way through.
And it works.
Yeah, and the aggression pays off here,
Nice play.
and he takes that pot down.
He's gonna tip you based on what card.
That just shows you the power of the continuation bet. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Combinations are an ace is one ace is worth $1.
You can't lose.
You're left. Face cards are worth $10, so you want to get a face card.
You're left. So as you spread them out, make sure you know how to do that. And you put
Button straddle.
No switching cards, shenanigans, shit, all right?
Button straddle went out.
That would imply that I know what the cards are.
No, you don't.
No, when you put them down.
Oh.
Buddha's got a suited king 10.
Going to quickly call that $10 button straddle. Need another 5 there, Buddha.
Nicky will get him straight.
Yeah.
Got away with it last time.
And a couple of spades for Tom. Tom trying to make up some ground here tonight in this final half hour.
Yeah,
oftentimes in
he's
these
definitely
live.
in the red.
Oh, and JP now picks up pocket kings. He's in the cutoff, and he's going to raise this up to 35. We're going to get some action here, I think, Mike.
We already got 2 callers, now
Yeah.
3 callers. And here's the interesting thing. We got 5 players in the hand against pocket kings, and not one of them has an ace. And when you got pocket kings, you're worried about an ace. No ace comes.
No ace comes this time.
Thank you.
That's a pretty nice flop for pocket kings.
It sure is.
Yeah, if she'd have stuck with center, she'd have made you all $6.
And he's going to go all in. He's going to try to shut this down right away.
Not one ideal.
There's already $178 in the pot.
Yep.
The best cards always come on the win. Well, either in the
I
window or
don't
the
see
last
anybody
one.
that's going to call. I think that bet takes the pot down. It sure does.
And instead of going to your right, you
Nicely done. Got to be happy with kings and no ace shows.
Exactly.
Marty asked the question about the rock. So the rock is typically one that we use on our Thursday night, no knit Thursday. That is a straddle button basically, and if you win the rock and have it in your possession, when you are either on the button or under the gun, that goes out into play and becomes a $10 straddle. It's important to pay attention when you have the rock, because one of the principal rules of the rock is that if you forget to put it out there and the hand plays through, now you've got to put it in the pot so somebody else can win it next hand around.
That I did not know.
Yeah, but it's basically there to entice action. I'm not sure that we necessarily needed it tonight.
Yeah, how much
There's
help do you
been a
need?
straddle just about every single hand, and this time, as we mentioned, another $10 button straddle from Buddha.
We got Mr. Josh Black coming in to relieve Nicky. Looks like we got the potential for a big hand going here.
Yeah, Craig now, King 10, he's going to call. Tom also calling with the 8s.
45.
Denny now raising it up with pocket 9s. Gary folds one of those 9s. Back over to Buddha. Needs 35 to complete with the 10-8, otherwise known as the shimmy, and he lets it go. Craig, who really has gone on quite a run. Oh, and he's going to get out of the way, but the 8s are going to come along with an all-in.
277.
I don't think it's that much.
177.
And there's a call. 8s against 9s.
8s against 9s. Tough night here for Tom.
Sure has been.
It has been. Let's see if he can get a little lightning here going. Mr. Josh Black makes sure that the pot is right, gets the counts correct. And here we go.
Really no help for the 8s
No.
there. That doesn't help.
That
He's
doesn't
down to
help.
2
And now an
outs.
8
Nope.
and an
9s will
8
do it.
only.
The 9s had to be happy to not see overcards. 'Cause
Yeah.
Look at that board. 3 overcards to the 9s.
Have a great night. Thank you so much for coming out tonight.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming out tonight, Tom. Appreciate you playing tonight. Class act there where he takes the remainder of all of his blue chips, which are the dealer appreciation chips, and just shoves them over to Josh to put into the bucket there.
Very nice.
Really
very
good guy, and always kept his composure throughout the entire game. You know, he was taking some hits there, and other times just not getting anything going, but
No,
still. What's that?
I would love to just go back, but smoke some.
I don't even know how to operate it. No.
King 10 suited.
$10 button straddle.
All right, it's gonna be time to go, button straddle.
That seems to happen on most hands.
My bad, bro. I'll push that out one more.
Time to go.
Nick now. Ooh, tightening up a little bit
Wow.
here is Nick.
That was surprising.
But a Jack 10 of hearts here for JP, and he's going to raise this up. MGM Bob with a King 8. Jack 7 of diamonds for Craig, and he's going to complete.
He's opening up his range right now.
Yes, he is. So now we're going to go three-handed to this flop. And the pre-flop aggressor, JP, will be first to act here.
Greg hits a 7. Top pair. Worst hand going in, best hand on the flop.
Well, the momentum has just changed for him completely from the first hour and a half, 2 hours.
Certainly has. JP says, I'm going to make a continuation bet.
110.
Pot size bet.
115 is,
So JP,
And that
who
does
came into the game late when that seat was, well, the seat was open
Was
up
open.
the whole time.
Right.
Made it 10-handed. We've since then lost a couple of players.
Last time I played, we did.
So now we're back to 8-handed play.
What's a Nick game? I've never.
So everybody gets a chip, a different.
And we are at 77 likes. A little bit of time left here. How about 80? Can you get us to 80, please? Hit that like button.
You lose your chips. The dealer takes your chip. The last person to have their chip left, so the last person to win a hand has to pay the rest of the table $5.
Oh, so you don't want to get caught with them.
Correct. You don't want to be the last.
I didn't
person.
show them, my bad.
I think you're good. They were in there, weren't they?
Tarantula Nick now Jack 9. But speaking of 9s, here's JP with pocket 9s.
25
And
now.
he's going to raise it up after taking down a pretty decent
That's
pot
it?
there.
Yep.
So,
MGM Bob still coming along.
That's the catch. To win, to get rid of your button, you have to show your hand.
Now, if everybody folds out,
You still gotta show your hand.
oh, really?
Tarantula Nick folds. That's one of JP's
How do
9s.
you get your button back?
Queen 8 offsuit for MGM Bob. Heads up action going to the flop. Mr. Josh Black in the helm. And wow, a queen there for MGM Bob.
You just start over. So everyone gets their chip.
Oh, whatever that
That's
is.
30.
It can go on 10 times.
He's going to check that. Doesn't really like the board. And MGM Bob's going to bet
I
that.
got moved from the second table over
And
there.
now
Me and like two other people.
a
that-
9 and a
my spot
9 only.
Happened to have the chip.
You inherited the right.
Yeah, and I'm just sitting there like.
Oh, there's some more outs now with that king.
Getting a hand before one of the other guys did, but that's the worst. Getting
MGM Bob is going to bet 50.
Bob got put in my spot. He had to pay it. The only time he ever had to pay.
Did you get B-pit moved?
That was really funny. Another example of how bad we play and get rewarded.
Oh, your friends. Gotta screw your friends, yeah.
Buddha, did you get V-pit moved?
Yeah.
Did you get one because of V-pit?
Yeah, I've been done that way half a dozen times. And it's always a shock, because in my mind, I'm playing a lot of
I
hands.
normally would,
But
but
the
you have
thing
my
is,
number.
you can play a lot of hands, but
You beat me every time.
you have to, well, with the nit game anyway, you have to win a hand in order to get rid of the nit game. So a lot of times I'll end up having to pay the nit game. Not because I haven't been playing a lot of hands, but because I just
You're not
didn't win.
straddled.
Yeah.
If you go card dead for an hour,
There was
you're
one.
good in that game, you know? You can't.
Yeah, players are talking about being card dead. It happens.
Yes. Talking about their V-pip.
3 to go, guys. 3 to go.
And they know it's getting near the end.
Like your hands.
Buddha, ace-jack offsuit.
All
do like
3,
mine.
fold.
He's just going to limp in here.
I'm
See if he can get some action going from another player. Probably come up over the top of him. Just depends on the bet size. Denny coming along, and now we're going to
I can't tell you.
really our second limp pot of the night
If he wasn't
without
Went
a
around all night.
No. It
Straddle.
did one other time.
Did it?
3 clubs with an ace.
The last time.
See where I'm at.
Nobody has a club.
Where you're at. No.
Now, limping in
I don't have a
the
club.
$10 bet
You
after
got a
the
club,
limp
you can
pot
No, I don't.
is exactly the same betting pattern when Buddha had pocket kings and
Yes.
came up with the set of kings. He
Yeah,
flopped
and,
it.
and
Exactly
we
the
went
same.
had the second
right.
pair
In
of
that
that
case,
board.
we
It was
went
supposed
from
to go a little
$9
bit
to
back.
$639
Right.
in the blink of an
I
eye.
didn't have any,
Didn't happen that time.
But the same thing happened.
Yeah.
It was a limp and then a $10 bet on the flop.
Here you go.
Not the same result. Didn't get a lot of callers. Nobody had
I
the
would
club
have paid
draw.
10 off for you. See if I can catch up on the turn, but
Do what you like.
now with clubs up there.
Alright, we got the rock there under the gun. It's gonna be 10 to go.
MGM Bob's got an ace-8.
You back to good?
Looking for some action.
He's going to call, and now pocket tens here for Buddha.
10, up to Buddha.
Buddha
Foolproof strategy.
with the Christmas mushroom hat on. Google it, ladies and gentlemen. It's a real thing.
Right, it's 35 now.
Make it 35. Tarantula Nick now with ace-queen offsuit, and he's going to raise it up to 105.
3-bet. The hand affectionately known as the parking lot hand. Here comes a 4-bet.
Pretty similar stack sizes between these two.
Sure are.
We typically do.
Both got $1,000 in play
We
here.
gotta get everybody
Plus,
agreeing to play. We could have everybody agreeing to it.
I'm the asshole.
Stick in the mud over here.
I came as,
I don't think they usually do on Saturdays anyways.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah?
Yep.
One of the games they don't.
Move on,
We
Buddha.
did Tuesday too.
Yeah, Tuesday
Usually
for
we
sure,
didn't on
but
Saturday.
usually
Usually we don't.
I just.
Buddha lays that down.
I am
Wow.
Saturday we don't.
The way these two guys have mixed it up tonight when they're going heads up has really been something to watch.
First time I ever played pom pom, I lost.
I thought
And I think it disturbed me.
well, I predicted a 4-bet there. I was wrong.
It might have been the last
It's
time.
all about if I think I'm ahead or not, okay? I didn't think I was ahead.
I didn't think so either. When you thought about it for so long, I thought
Well, you're
you had
over
a
the
worse
last
day.
two
Yeah,
times.
something like that.
Buddha just said something very important.
Yeah.
I'm always out. Yeah, I can't get Buddha.
And I think this is important. Whether it turns out, it's easy for us. We can see the cards.
Right.
Right? But
You gotta start playing better.
the essence of the game, I think, is you got to put somebody on a hand,
Yep.
determine where you are on the hand, and make your read.
10 to go.
And as we were saying
10 to go,
before,
gotta pull.
Either that or ace.
follow your instinct.
Yeah.
And Buddha just simply said, I didn't think I was ahead.
Right.
He thought he was against a bigger pair. And if that's the case,
Problem is,
great. If that's where you put your opponent, you lay that down, good for you. No regrets.
JP now with the 5-4
I know how you play.
in the big blind with a $10 button straddle, and he's going to raise it up to 35.
Lose that much.
And now we've got two callers, both with aces, with an ace, that is.
Justify that fold.
Back over to
Bob,
Fold. We got 3 players.
I thought you were
back
betting
over to
wrong.
Gary. He was on the button with that button
Bad read on
straddle,
my part. I got dumb lucky.
and he had Motown Jackson 5, and he gets out of the way. One of those 5s would have been nice for JP to hit with his pre-flop raise, but
Nobody gets any help out of this flop.
no. And let's see if he wants to make a continuation bet, and he doesn't. And now we're going to go to the turn and another 9, so 2 pair out there.
You can, I think you can lock
Makes the ace high good.
It does.
The only player that can get help is Buddha with a 10. Otherwise,
MGM Bob's going to see if he can get this, take this pot down, because he is putting a serious bet out there, 125.
It's not.
It's not.
It's from the psychedelic mushroom collection.
Okay.
Don't get him started on that.
I dare you to lick it.
I dare you to lick it. No, man.
I'm laying down the ice stand.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Like, it ain't
I'm
never
making
came
up for
back.
the call earlier.
and Buddha lays his ace down.
He's tired of you, Buddha.
Thinking my ace is good here.
Right, I pulled it in.
JP lays it down. Nice bet there, Buddha.
I think we all three had an ace.
Or MGM Bob, I mean.
This has been our regular Joe Poker Show, a staple of Saturday nights. Next Saturday, however, we've got a special Saturday night. It's going to be PLO, cash game. That's going to be a 1-3 game with a $5 bring-in. The buy-in for that is going to be a min 200, max 1,000, and no match of the stack. We do have a full table for that with a waiting list. As with any of our cash games on the live stream, if you're interested in being a part of this, it's just a simple phone call away. Let us know, and you can get on the list.
Bring him back, guys. I got a 2-for-1 over here.
Oops. Got a little misdeal. Bring him back in.
We will not be live streaming Tuesday night, and we are closed tomorrow and Monday. Merry Christmas, everybody. Of course, if I was in England, I would say Happy Christmas. We want to thank everybody for joining us and getting us to 82 likes. We really appreciate everybody's participation here in the comment board. You are part of the show, and we appreciate it very much.
We got another button straddle.
All right, we're back at it. It's time to go. Call.
JP calls with his ace-6. MG and Bob's going to try a 4-5, see if he can catch anything with it.
Yeah, a classic power hour call. See if Guppy comes along as well. No, he doesn't. Now, in the cutoff, a
He's
call
tightened up a little bit
from Gary and a check.
Forgive me, Bob. There's a 3.
So now we're going to go four-handed into the flop.
Pretty sure I did. I mean, maybe I didn't.
Yeah, 4. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Just had extra dollar out there. What was that?
King, Queen, 10. Big flop.
Yeah, Gary's hitting 2-pair here. Tarantula Nick is going to be open-ended.
Who's next? 15. Call. Call 15. Call, and you're down to 3.
Wow. JP makes the call with the ace.
Got a gut shot.
And another queen here on the board.
Gary doesn't like that card.
No, he doesn't, because his 2-pair goes from being kings and tens to kings and queens.
He's going to bet it anyway. Not a big bet.
Tarantula Nick hoping to hit here. He needs an ace or a 9. And that's not the card.
Right next door.
50.
Bet a 50 from Gary. And a quick fold here from Tarantula Nick.
Gotta fucking let the queen slip in there.
Yeah, Jackie, thank you so much. Let's make Dom proud. Let's get to 100. He's taking the night off. I've had the pleasure of having Mike Flynn join me in the booth tonight. Very enjoyable.
That's been my honor to be here.
Well, welcome back anytime, buddy.
We only got 10 minutes left.
No, we're playing longer than that.
Are we? All right.
Right?
If you guys are playing, I'm playing, yeah.
Yeah, you're playing. You just
Also in the power hour is when they start discussing whether they're going to stick around and continue to play after the live stream is shut off.
I won't be here.
Which is an option that they have. And
They
the club,
have.
The club will certainly accommodate that.
If we go to 10:30, we don't owe anything.
That's good. Right there.
Could be an option for you and I to jump in the game as well.
We could.
30.
It's 30 down. What's the call in?
What's that?
20 on top.
How did that go?
Nick raises it to 30 with a king, queen. Gary's going to look him up with the 9-10.
Who doesn't love a good 3-way?
And 3 to the flop.
3-handed. Here we go.
JP hits his 6. Nobody's got an ace.
Let's see if anybody's got the moxie to make a bet, and it is Nick who decides to continuation bet here, make it 30. JP's going to come along.
He doesn't believe him.
Not much there for Gary to hang his hat on, so he gets out of the way. Nick is behind. Does
Oh,
not
boy.
want to. Oh my goodness! See if Nick can smell this out. But before he does, he makes a bet.
Now, how does JP play this?
JP, first time here at the live stream.
You got a
Not
possible
really-
flush draw, a possible straight draw. Does he just smooth call, or does he kick it up? And he brings it up and
Raises it up 100 and a quick fold there from Nick.
what they call insta-fold. It's amazing how many poker terms there are. I can't even keep up with them all. Yeah, my beautiful bride out there saying, come on, we need to hit that 100 likes. Thank you, Jacqueline, for reminding us to mention that and encourage our viewers.
Ron Muir is watching. Hey, Ron. Always a pleasure.
Thumb around your button again. I'm gonna try the 30 and see if you bump it to 250 again. You're like on auto bump to 250.
That's a good raise, I thought.
3 out of 4 of your attacks of your straddle. Boom.
That likes to come in.
Pretty consistent.
Call it.
With
Call
that
Sam.
250, yeah. Who's that? 20.
He made 35 and you
Oh,
two called, I made it
seven to go,
250.
Raise to 35.
35.
3 out of 4 times. And I had hands. One time I had hands.
Calls 35.
I had to fold. Call.
Call 35. And puts the call in.
Gary calls with his king 8 suited.
So now we got three-handed going to the flop here.
So here we go.
MGM Bob did fold, I believe.
JP hits middle pair. Gary lays it down, do a bet.
Continuation bet here from JP. He did have the best of it, but now he's making up some serious ground here in this last bit of this live stream. Came in a little bit late. Wasn't quite getting anything going, but now he's really had some momentum here.
Mushrooms.
And Pat, thank you so much for the comments.
Thank you, Pat.
It's important for us to bring you a product that you enjoy. We are the Reserve, 5105 Glendale Avenue in Toledo, Ohio. We want to wish everybody a very Merry Christmas. We will be closed tomorrow and Sunday. Back right at it on Tuesday. We've got a $100 5K in a day, but the significance is we will have $100 hot seat giveaways every half hour starting at 6:30 till 10:30 at night.
Merry Christmas from the Reserve. Free money to be had.
Merry Christmas from the Reserve. Now Tarantula Nick's going to raise it up to 30. A quick call from JP with the jacks. Booty gets out of the way, and we're going to go heads up. These two have been tangling a little bit here late in the live stream. Ace-10 versus jacks. Here's the flop. Great board for jacks.
You wouldn't check in a minute ago.
That's 60.
$60. Basically almost a pot-sized bet.
Oh, Nick calls.
And there's a call. And if a spade comes, that's going to increase Nick's outs. And here comes the turn.
Or a 7 or a jack.
And it's another 9. The board pairs. And looks like about
Quick
135.
laydown. Nice bet.
Nice bet.
Nice
And a
hand.
quick fold there from Nick.
Yeah.
And a late surge here from JP.
He had the best of it all the way.
Our newest player here in the live stream. Cash game. Yep, Colonel's going to come by for January 1st. We're going to talk about that before we depart. In the meantime, we get a chip count there after this hand, or get it right now quickly. The cumulative would help very much.
And here it is, ask and ye shall receive. Craig and Denny both at 1,400. Buddha right behind at 1.3. He's made a nice comeback after getting felted early on.
45.
Is it up 45 now?
MGM Bob makes a raise with pocket tens. Denny's out of the way. Gary's out of the way. Expect Nick's going to call with an ace-10 suited.
As he does.
Oh, 45, you got 5 cents.
So we're going to go heads up between these two.
Big one. There you go. All right, we're heads up.
And here's the flop. Ooh, and an ace right in the window. But Nick's going to check it.
He checks very quickly.
35, and he calls quickly.
Yes, he does.
He's going to check it, but I think that's going to slow down MGM Bob, and it does. And
Yeah,
now
with
we
two
go to the
overcards
river.
out there. 3 spades come.
Show me a winner. Ace 10.
Tough night now for MGM Bob. We saw him do that up and down, and right now down to a couple $100. Holiday hangover. Tuesday, December 26th, 6 p.m. start time, $5,000 guarantee, $100 hot seats. And then New Year's Day, huge day for us, starts at noon. $25,000 prize pool guarantee, $25K in a day. That's a $200 buy-in. We do have one more satellite available for that coming up Thursday. But that's going to be a big day for us here at the Reserve as well.
Well, satellites are just a great way to earn an entry into one of these big tournaments without paying the full price.
Right.
It's a beautiful thing.
It is.
Calls 20. Calls 20. No.
Yeah, we got some hands going here. One Nemesis sneaking in there, Don, just for you.
She said all in.
Thank you.
Friendly game?
What'd she say?
5-way action.
5-way action here.
$104 in the pot pre-flop.
She didn't say it, Buddha said it. She said, hell no. She didn't want no part of it.
Ace, King, 4. Craig hits a piece. MGM Bob hits a piece. Denny hits a piece.
Bob's going to bet out with his ace. Now Craig, ace, queen. Going to make the call. Denny gets out of the way.
JP folds.
Nothing
Didn't
there
catch
for
any piece of
JP.
it.
Yep, heads up action here to the turn. Oh my!
Bob hits his 9.
Wow.
You bet before, he's going to bet now.
And a quick call there from Craig. And that 8 is no help for Craig. MGM Bob, let's see how much he can get out of this. And he's going to go all in with his remaining. It looks to be like 260. Giving Craig something to think about
he's
here.
likely to
Craig
get
is
a
asking
call.
for a count.
We're gonna play that far.
Yep, he does call.
He does make the call.
115, 225.
And he shows the ace-9, shows the 2 pair. And MGM Bob gets paid off. And I believe that was the last hand of the night for our live stream tonight. We want to thank everybody very much for joining us tonight. And what do you want to talk about back there, Tyler? You want to put up our $25,000 on January 1st? A real quick look at the green and red there for the cumulative. Yes. Thank you, Tyler.
Bob makes a nice comeback there to not be stuck quite as much. Buddha's still stuck
in the red.
there,
Yep.
Even though he's got a good chip stack right now, so he fought back. which is good for him.
Yes, he did.
We do have some nice big tournaments coming up here
We
at the
do.
Reserve.
We got a couple things to talk about real quick, and the graphic comes up. New Year's Day, $25,000 prize pool guarantee. That's 25 in a day. January 1st. That's a noon start. So please take note of that. That's a $200 buy-in, 25-minute levels, a 30,000 starting stack. That's going to be a great day. We've always seen a really good turnout here on New Year's Day. For any and all of the information on our tournaments, go to thereservepoker.com, and you can look this up because this is a busy graphic to show. But this is the big news of the night. Mike, you talked about satellites. As soon as we get through the first of the year, we are going to start having satellites for this. This is a joint venture between the Reserve Poker Club here in Toledo, Ohio, and Mad River Poker Club in Dayton. This is life-changing money, $200,000 prize pool or first place guarantee. This is a $600 buy-in. And there's all the day one information where we're going to have day ones both in Toledo and in Dayton, and all of the particulars. What's really exciting for us here at the Reserve is that there will be a day 3. And the day 3 restart at the Reserve Poker Club Monday, February 19th at 2 p.m. will be live streamed. We'll have a feature, and we'll go all the way to the final table until we crown a champion for this $1 million tournament. And Mike, you know as well as anybody how big this is for the area.
Oh, wow. It's huge.
Yeah, the poker players, this is all the buzz. And so please get this on your calendar. You go to thereservepoker.com. You can pick up this graphic. This will give you all the information if you haven't already done a screenshot right here.
And look at this. If you qualify, you automatically get $1,000. You're money ahead just to make a qualifier and a flight at the top 10%. And double bags are $3,000.
That's just huge.
That's big money.
Big money.
That's big
money. But in the meantime, I really hope that everybody enjoys the next couple of days and through the holidays, New Year's as well, and however you celebrate the holidays with your family and friends, please have a very safe time and enjoyable time. I know that I'll be spending time with my family over the next couple of days. I'm looking forward to it. We always have an enjoyable time, lots of laughs, lots of games. And Mike, you're going to be down in this area or heading up to Michigan for the holidays?
No, we're going to be here with our family here in Ohio.
All right, terrific.
So, and my daughter and the granddaughters are coming down to visit with us, so that'll be a wonderful thing.
Oh, that's great.
And we'll be here, and I'm sure you'll see us hanging out at the Reserve once or twice, perhaps.
All right.
And, I just want to say thank you to Dom allowing me to fill your seat today. It's big shoes to fill, but I really enjoyed being here. Vic, it's always a pleasure.
A real pleasure
to be with you.
Very sincere.
And,
absolutely.
Merry Christmas to everybody. Happy holidays. Be safe. Be responsible. And come see us at the Reserve. We'd love to have you here.
Yep. Be safe, everybody. Good night.
Good night.